Okay. Does volume work?
Uh,
Hello.
hey, Mish.
Oh gosh. And I suppose I should link this too. Okay. That's definitely also going to be useful.
The roundtable document.
Oh, okay. So he renamed the table for it. The channel for it. That's nice. Or kicked us out. Oh, moved us up. Okay. That works.
Okay.
And anyone wants to just listen in, they can join the voice call at all. I'll probably type that as well.
So, how's it going?
It's going all right. Okay. Got my tea ready because I'm pretty sure I'm going to need it by the end of this.
Your key.
Tea
Tea. I
with
better grab a can of soda too. Just a
also,
second.
yeah. Also put some honey in it. So, okay. I will be watching, well, a lot of stuff. So talk wherever and I'll try and find it.
Okay. I'm here.
Okay. So let's start with the team page, and I'm gonna actually do this. Normally I do this in alphabetical order because I want to do this in 1 hour, I'm actually gonna do from the worst to the best because I'm sure by the end we're gonna be rushing anyway.
Mhm. Well, it depends really if depending of how much we have to talk about. We can know by a certain point if we like rambling on or we don't have any much else to talk
Yeah.
about.
Obviously, if I'm too quiet or whatnot, let me know. I can. My headphones has a means for me to adjust that.
Okay, well, me on my side, I'm speaking through my phone while looking at the documents from my laptop. So
Right. Well, I can hear you fine.
yeah, good.
Alright. Starting on Texas, for whatever reason, their middle of the roster is empty. I don't know if it's they traded like 2 spots away for that, but it's like when I went to go check the Texas page, it's like, okay, their third bench is just no one there.
Hmm. What was again your benchmarks? The colors were meaning and
Oh,
such.
for the team page, it's the green is just the starters. Yellow is the backups, which are the bench 1 to 3. Orange is benches 4 to 7, and then blue is just did not play. And then black
I
is
got you.
obviously empty because whoever was there was either going into free agency or was bought out.
But it's good that you kept them because we never know. Maybe the team will decide to give them an offer and get them back again.
So, starting off, what do we think Texas's top priority should be going into free agency?
Well, it certainly certainly they need a great shakeup. Now, the way we sing. they do need some help in arranging the roster. But their problem, I think, it's not per se that they don't have any talent, but they have to find the right chemistry, the right composition for them in order to be productive. Because Dennis Summers, of course, been doing well. Even without the circumstances, Marcus still doing all right.
Yeah.
I think he's actually a free agent this
Nope. He
this.
is green. He is not a free agent. He is
Oh,
making $6 million next year.
oh, okay. So my bad.
Because there is a
Uh,
tab on the Google Doc called Team Sheet, and that'll actually show you who is in or not.
I see. But yeah, they got a couple a piece that would be sure that they have to keep because Ketaro he's been he didn't seem to play, but from what I remember when he was in the main lineup, he has some pretty good numbers. So
It might have been he was
uh,
injured,
yeah,
because
but
that does
from
happen
what
if you're
I
injured. You get dropped down.
yeah, but from what I see and we see one big important piece, Andy, for all everything that happened during the season, all the hoopla, uh, he's still a player that I would take a chance on based on the recent the grade I seen and the skill he has. But it will be interesting to see where he's going to go from a career history standpoint.
Let's see, Catero was 735 minutes, so pretty much a bench player. Looking at this, considering by far his stat makes him look a lot like he's a small forward. I think looking at just comparison, he is far better than Nigel Conway.
Hmm.
Uh, Beyond that though, uh, and you can maybe they have a lot of like decent players. I don't think they have any really phenomenal players. Like Marcus is good, but he's not top level. Dennis Summers is doing really good. He's really standing out as a rookie. He is not a phenomenal player. Uh,
So what we're saying is that Texas, by retooling the right way, they have a chance to have pretty much a good rebuild to work on, depending where they pick up. But like I said, it's really going to be important to see who they're going to save, and who is they going to look for this off season.
I think for their top priorities for the FA is they definitely need to chase after at least one fight player, and
Mhm.
I want to say either small forward or power forward.
And if I were to looking at that, I would definitely try to maybe get Lucas back because there's potential in him, and as well as maybe give more time to to Ketaro, and perhaps and the big story is whatever the GM is going to decide with ND. Otherwise, like I said, you pretty much right. They need to have maybe a good piece to a player to fight for to get a good structure going and have a better going for the next season.
Yeah, That's my main take. And also hi Tri Viking squad. But it's like yeah, they have a lot of decent pieces, but when you compare them to against other teams where they have here's their star players, I don't think any of the team people currently on Texas would be able to beat that. So they need to
Yeah,
buy. That's my take. That they need to go find someone. I know Markets is the face of the company or the team, but they need to find someone to basically stand above the others to lead the team.
so pretty much getting that elite big catch.
Like it, I imagine Texas. Can you imagine how good Texas will do if they pick up um what's his name uh Benjamin Derby?
Ooh,
If
I
they stole
mean,
Derby from Texas,
from Dakota.
or yeah, if they stole Derby from Dakota, can you imagine how
Why?
great that team would suddenly become?
Yeah,
They need to
because
do a
you
play
have.
like that of don't try and just fill your team. They need to chase someone really big.
Yeah, because imagine a starter line of Summers, Knight, put maybe Kurosaki in the middle, Derby and Narrows at center already there. You got a pretty solid center line.
Or even if they re-grab like re-get Cassidy and get Derby, so you have a starter of Summers, Knight, Kurosaki, White Lash, and Derby. I think that would actually pose a threat.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, anyway, moving on. Next team. Uh, okay, they need a team.
They need a lot of work. Again, same boat. There's a couple of when you look at things, they got a couple of decent pieces that they should be taking or bringing back. But luckily for them, there's a couple of old contract and old players that they can let go, and that's pretty much a good advantage for them at the moment.
Now it's for my team thing. I'm not going to say okay, definitely get this person back. For my little team suggestions, which I am putting on the guide one, I'm not going to say okay, definitely get this person back. I'm looking only at positions. I can definitely say, yeah, you should, but when I'm writing down, and one of the things I'm looking at from just the parts they have, Morgan McCarthy is definitely good. Alicia Silverman is decent, but she's also old. 12 years in the league.
Yeah. Age starting to catch up there.
So definitely need to start looking at who is going to replace her as the point guard.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, if you keep her, at least maybe take a chance, take a point guard, and maybe have her like being the sixth fur and backing up, or vice versa.
Depending
But
on who they
yeah,
get for their guard, I would maybe see drop her down to your backup guard because 12 years does mean she's getting slightly worse each year, especially after
yeah.
the overall nerf. But yeah, unfortunately,
Other
this is
than
one of those teams you can't really say, okay, you need this because you need pretty much everything but center.
yeah, I mean, they from what I seen, they can have their with Mosley and Ekholm. If they like bring them back, they got their big fur that big fur slot pretty much covered. But like I said, it's pretty much at the middle and the guard position. They really need to work this off season.
Alright, now let's see, which of the ones looking at they have are definitely.
I mean,
I don't know how much of like the poor PER and whatnot is because of the fact the team did badly, but it's like, okay, McDice and Gold, it's like, well, they're decent. They're definitely worth picking up, as we'll probably get to, but
I mean, Gold, it was a high draft pick. I mean, if they keep going at it, it can still be good to continue to simmer, flourish. If it's not at the center position, it's pretty much going to be a good guard depth, especially with McDye, because again, old age.
yeah,
He's,
McDice might actually
he's
be to retire. So looking at this,
yeah,
I just realized right now the Whips last season was pretty much like Plymouth from a few years before. Look at how many plus 10-year contract, 10-year in league characters. Silverman, McDice,
jeez,
Silverthorne, DeHugo, Macon, Zendendell.
jeez.
Half their
Already
team
there.
were old
Gee,
farts.
the whole whips. But like I said, depending if anything comes forward, they pretty much have a good ground to stand on to reload with some fresh talent.
And they do
Like
have
I said,
70, well, almost 70 million to throw around, so they can really throw their weight around.
yeah,
Unfortunately, I don't think they're going to be, with this many pieces they need to find, I don't think they're going to be playoffs this year. I think they might actually be better building, doing like what Banger did a few years ago, where it's focusing not so much on this year, focus in like 2, 3 years from now. Focus on young talent you can bring up uh, that are not yet there yet, but they're growing. Because I
yeah.
don't see any way that Morgan's good, but considering the number of pieces they need,
He needs backup, and like I said, they got a chance of keeping some fresh talent. They have a pretty much growing Bigford core with Mosley and Ekholm if they decide to get that back. Uh, but that yeah, that could be a good start.
all right.
Uh,
Anything else we want to say
you
about
still
Arizona?
no, pretty much good there. So for Arizona, the message: get younger.
Yeah. First issue for
The
Queens,
pride.
they have 6 spots with only 20 million.
He, yeah,
And I would say it's like oh they're what they have looks decent, but it's the fact that it's like well if they're the third from the bottom of the league, clearly not.
that's they got potential to be decent, but like I said, those contract uh, restrictions really hurt them depth depth wise. They pretty much handcuffed in such a way, so they really going to have to look at what's in IFA. Maybe you find like the reliable like the still the sweepstakes. Maybe someone that's not too pricey, but could be reliable in terms of grades. They're really going to have to micro to take a good look at what's could be some good deals in order to really have a good chance to perform for the season. But like I said, with the salary caught up like that, it's going to be tough.
Uh, I think for the most part they have a lot. Honestly, I think any for the free agency period because of how little they have, they should pretty much avoid any of the major players. They don't have the money to throw at them. Instead,
Yeah, so they had to aim low.
granted, a lot of the pieces they have are really good, and it's also their team is fairly young. The oldest player still on their team is only 5 years.
So there's still room to grow if the work is development right.
Um, I'm thinking it's like so yeah, it's aim for the filler, aim for like the bench players, and then whoever you want, whichever spot, I'd say either like Goldshine, Davenport, and Barraquin. Those are three definitely phenomenal players. Those three positions don't need to be touched at all. Tasia is decent. Her I would really want someone's a little bit better as point guard. Her pure point guard rating is a 3, which is not bad. But you have people like Sylvius, who has a point guard rating of 20. It's like the top 10 guards have a point guard rating of like over 10.
Yeah. So like I
So,
said, it's maybe like a year of play it smart, go for filler, and continue to build your youth until you got an opening to maybe get some better high grade players, especially what? Yeah.
so I'd say probably need a center or a point guard, but I'd say get those from the draft.
So yeah.
Only work on their filler for the actual season.
All right. Next team, the Keystones.
Another team where 5 people with only 15 million.
The big
Oh,
salary cons.
hello, everyone.
Hello,
Hello.
Who is
Who is
this?
this?
J Wolf.
JW.
Ah, J Wolf. Hi.
Welcome to the round table. Is my tea cool enough to drink?
Mm-hmm.
I would like. Actually, no, never mind. I was gonna say it would be nice for them to re-pick up catcher, but catcher's 11 years. Uh,
Maybe it's time to start to think of the future and let the frog go.
let's see. Pittsburgh. Who's their point guards?
Kirani.
They don't. They really don't.
There's, to-
Kajani is 2.9, so same spot as Tasia, and he's their highest.
there's Lawless too.
So, in many regards, I thought Jacobus. What was Jacobus? Or is that no, Jacobus was not.
Did Aisha card totally dropped or something?
What?
Because I think that Aisha card is a free agent, and
Yeah.
she usually wasn't too bad the other season. Did she had a significant drop?
They didn't really play her. 341
Mm.
minutes. But beyond that, we'll get to that when we get to the actual FA, the free agents. Uh,
Nice.
like one thing for
Well,
certain, you're paying Tolliver 15 million. He should not be in the bench.
yeah. Tolliver is like what, point guard?
Tolliver, I think, is a shooting guard.
Shooting guard.
1.8 PPR, so not really good. Not really good
I
at.
see. I see Tyrone is swing. Can he do the point?
Uh, Possibly. Tyrone Gill. Let's see. Tyrone PPR 1.2, so about as good as Terrence.
Hmm.
Like Shirley is definitely staying where she is. She was pretty much the center of the team.
When I mean, not really much to go on with with a little cap they have. So again, probably play with the draft once more. Maybe try to get back a couple of young pieces from last year's draft or the year before, because otherwise. It's again they pretty much need to maybe reevaluate the player they have and decide another way to use them when the seasons come, because like you said, they think that a couple of players wasn't as much utilized as they could have been.
Yeah, you have a lot of players who are getting pretty big contracts that are fairly deep into the bench. You have Tolliver getting 15 and he's sort of meh. I can understand why he wasn't there because like Tyrone Gale is better as a shooting guard than Tolliver. And you also have like Pullman getting 9 million for doing not much.
Yeah, so maybe that's pretty much the what they have to do for the season. Maybe it's not much of getting filler, but maybe reevaluate the playing time and the position of the player they already have.
Yeah, my what I wrote down is like, okay, go for Phil, draft a point guard. Unfortunately, I don't see Pittsburgh being able to really recover much until they can clean out some of their like they have a lot of really expensive talent that's are not really performing and not really getting a lot of play time. So until they enough time has passed that they can clear those out, I don't see the team doing really phenomenal.
Hmm. The pain of trying to get big contract to keep the player for more time, but sometimes a couple of GM doesn't think of what the future, what is going to do in the future, and here we are. Some GMs are getting handcuffed by their big contract decisions. At this case, it's a lot of cases of maybe reneged when they can for some, or maybe if they hasn't used their amnesty clause to use it and such. All right.
Next team after that.
The mayor.
Well, they already bought out Jim McCormick
So that's
contract, so they won't be bringing him back.
yeah.
And nor should he with that long and
But after 13 years, I don't think he's gonna be. I think he's gonna be pretty much retiring after 13 years.
Yeah, and and but really one of the major issue with Townsville is like the two big salaries, Ferrantovic and Brown, are really eating a lot of their cap for the production they've been given. But but from what I seen, they got like 42.5 to play around with for the next FA.
yeah, they have plenty of money to throw around. Um, as mean as it is to say to Liz, I think they should go for DA simply because they'll be able to sneak him under the radar. So DA is decent, and they'll be able to sneak him for.
What what's his previous salary? This season salary?
Let's look. Where Huntsville.
Uh,
Yeah,
I mean the problem with MNO
16 million.
because
He was given 16 million last year.
16.
he
So
he
same as
going to
Wendy.
have
He's
he
not
going
worth
to
that
have to
much
pay
anymore.
low.
Sorry, but he's not worth that much anymore. Not with his
I
offensive
think
rating wasn't over 100.
he'd still be worth like 10, 11, maybe.
Yeah, he's still worth a decent. It's just he's not quite top tier.
Yeah, because the league has pretty much evolved, and like I spoke in the chat, perhaps there's an issue of team chemistry and maybe player development that DA needs to work on in order to get back into a form that he had like 1 or 2 years back.
Mm, I
Because
still think enjoy like how you pronounce that last name? Lucian enjoy. So,
Noy,
I don't
Lucian
know.
Noy.
in Goy.
I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be Mong, in which case pretty much can assume the G is silent, so it's Lucian Noy.
So I think he should be brought back to the mayor too. He seems like good. Come on, like at least for a bench player, definitely.
Because they got a lot of forward. They need to because also there's the case of Emina. Yes, a salary a year's playing is not. She's still decent, but a special case is she were got to the league a little older.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Er,
So even though she's only 5 years, it's probably closer to effectively like 9 or 10 for age. How that's being
I
yeah,
affected.
so
I also noticed that they only have two bids currently, but they're both starting. They don't have anyone in the bench that would be
Yeah, so they definitely
that would
bid.
be a big or a center. They only have two guards and two forwards. And
yeah, so maybe work on Bickford depth for the free agency and see what they can get in getting D'Angelo back. at maybe a little discount.
What is their first round pick?
Uh,
First
I
round.
think 3 or 4. I think.
I don't remember.
I think that it would be best advice to them to draft pick a big or a center to help support Eminem.
Yes,
Don't know where to find
they
the
got a chance to maybe get a lottery big or center to maybe push up to perhaps if it's not like being the Sixer backup center, maybe start and give MNL less playing time to be the backup. So that could be a good start there.
Yeah, they definitely need a shooting guard, probably DA, but for my total recommendation, I'm not going to say DA. And they definitely need some backup bigs.
Yeah.
Let me write that down.
I mean, there's Kibore, but he was a top 34, but he didn't seem to have been used much.
Now, from looking at the people they are losing, DA is still worth a pickup. He's not worth the 16 million. I would say Lucien Noy would be a good pickup, but they have enough small forwards.
And I think Kibore is a power forward.
No, it's 6'6". So that'd be, he could be a power forward, but he'd be a really short power forward. So it's probably more small forward.
Ah,
So they're both decent pickups. McCormick will probably retire.
well, he's been bought out, so pretty much solved the problem.
Yeah. Moving on. Unless we have anything else we want
Yep.
to say.
Nope. It's. I mean, they still got some good piece. Balabanov and York. They need to keep on working them.
Yeah, York was doing phenomenal.
Yeah.
Amina, not so
I
much,
think.
but that's a defensive powerhouse, so a lot of those numbers aren't going to look as flashy.
Uh, yeah.
But she was probably the defensive center of the entire team.
Wild cards.
53 million to play with, so they have money to throw around.
Yeah, and they managed to get rid of some big, uh, some cumbersome salaries like Malone, Hartnett,
Yeah, those two are.
Riley.
To be fair, Briley, I think, was one of the top players of their team.
Yeah, he was. He also had one
Yeah.
of the biggest salaries too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
And looking at the people they have, like, three people is like less than are very low. So Lisa, Kelsey, and Noah, they're both very cheap, so nothing. And the other three they have are performing for the level amount of money they're getting. So I have nothing. I don't think any of their three starters are being overpaid.
yeah, it's pretty much clean cut at this point. They need to really find a big. They have the choice: either they get a big center or a big point guard, and the rest is pretty much make sure they got a decent young good bench depth to complement everything.
Okay, now looking at this, they do not need a point guard. Lisa had a PPR of 9.0, so she
You
moves up to
think
point guard.
she's
She's good.
you think she's already ready to step up and be the starter point guard?
Yeah,
All right.
9.0 PPR. Let me see. What is she ranked in PPR? Not too far up.
still as skilled as she were, I feel they still need to have at least a solid or above and beyond backup in case something happen. Because, like I said, well, she's getting good, but she's still a little green compared to all the big point guards talent that's on the league at the moment. I mean, she can hold her own, but she's not at the level yet that she can really make a difference.
Yeah. I'm sure part of it might be like the team if she's the only one making the passes, but her pure point guard rating is the 18th best in the league.
So yeah, color me
And that was
surprised.
on her rookie year.
Well, from what I seen at the grades combined, is such she seemed quite ready for the get-go to be a pure, like I said, a bona fide pure point guard in terms of a skill set. I mean, like we talked about during the meeting, the players that they are a certain categories like a specialty. Well, her she's really like a pure point guard to a T.
Which is fine. Have one playmaker. Uh, so I think free agency, they need to chase a center. They have more than enough cap to chase after one of the fights. Like, can you imagine if we move Lisa up to starter and then they pick up either DQ or Derby?
Eesh.
I
Well,
think that
that's
would be considering Maxwell, Kirkpatrick, and Rockwell still doing. Rockwell's not as great, but he's at least doing decent. But Lisa, Maxwell, Kirkpatrick, and then either Derby or DQ. I see that being doing pretty well into the playoffs.
yeah. But like I said, yeah, they will certainly have a center line to be reckoned with. But again, like I say, until to the playoff, going to need to work that depth though.
But yeah, they have plenty of cap space to do it. So I can definitely expect them to make big plays. Uh, for the players that they're losing, obviously Malone and Hartnett, let them go. They're old.
I think Vixie is pretty much a decent piece to maybe try to bring back in. She hasn't played much, but I think she's still solid in terms of her grades.
Darcy, I'd say let go. Uh, Marks, you can probably Marks definitely let go. Gar with an 83 offensive rating. Maybe repick up Vixie.
Yeah,
But of
well,
all the
like I
ones they're
said.
losing, I think that's the only one I would say go for. Because obviously Hartnett, Malone, and Briley, and copy paste Squirrel, they're all getting up there in age.
Mhm. So, like I said, they got the. It's all going to come down to what the players going to decide in their free agency. I mean, they got the room to really make some waves, but it's all going to depend on if really the players want to join up in Vegas.
I don't think we can think of anything else. Anything else for Las Vegas?
Nope.
Okay.
The one that got the first round draft pick in their midst.
Only 20 remaining cap, but they only have four spots to fill.
And I imagine
Yeah,
they
and
probably have two draft picks too, so that's going to be only. So it's effectively what, 15 million for two?
I mean, goddamn, they are really pretty much shit. They could pretty well coast, and like I said, they're getting the first round draft pick out of this. They're golden at this point.
So they have, like I said, it's like effectively 15 for 2. I'd say chase after a grab. It's what grab do they go after? What position? So what
Let's see.
starter do they need to replace? Well, obviously shooting guard because there's his
Oh,
leaving.
yeah, Francisca is no longer there. She was traded to Williamsburg.
Was she?
Yeah.
Okay.
So right there, perhaps pretty much got an idea of who they could probably come grab it, unless they put Savoy. Unless they put Savoy at small forward, they could also try to grab maybe a shooting guard.
Oh, okay, I
Uh,
missed that. So I'll go make that change real quick.
just from green to black.
Well, I also have to, when we get to Williamsburg, want them on Williamsburg.
Uh-huh.
So,
So yeah, I mean, uh, they pretty much set. I mean, for them, it's pretty much a case uh, of making sure during the season they find the right combination, the good chemistry, and put the right players that are going to perform at adequately for the season. Because, like I said, they got all of this presently, and they still struggle a little bit, and they miss the playoffs last season. So.
and in advanced, sorry, Wisdom, but you were bought out, and I needed a spot for that. So there we go.
I
So,
mean, Dufresne, Malark, still good. And Sawyer, still decent, I think. Merrill, still a good depth. Hughes, the rookie, did pretty well, I think, last season. Sharks, again, unless age is still a reliable bench player.
there's one thing looking at this.
Barsky.
Tennessee has a lot of medium level salary players.
Mhm.
They have 8 players making at least 5 million.
So
Or did I?
managing money wise didn't seem to be too much of a problem in terms of the talent they got.
Yeah. But right now they're paying for that because they need 3 spots with about 18 million, and 2 of them have to be starters.
Well, like I said, they got the first round draft pick this season, so you pretty much, depending on who they're going to take, they pretty much maybe got already a starter to fill.
True. So draft either shooting guard or small forward, and then hunt free agency for the other.
Yeah,
You can write that
like
down.
take a grab. I don't have much else to say really.
Okay. Dook. Yes, yes, yes.
Yofus.
33.5 million in cap, 401 to effectively 6 spots. So they have some money they can throw around.
Well,
Yeah.
they need Delgado didn't really. He wasn't really all too impressive this season.
Yeah,
They may want to bring back Mendoza though.
yeah, he really outperformed pretty well during the season. So they got to try to keep him. And Delgado, yeah, he's good right now. He's still got some room to grow, but Delgado for now he's at best good at the bench to back up.
I would disagree. Tay Delgado's PPR is 11.0.
Hmm,
So his is one of the best in the league. His Lisa Bella was like 9.8 and she was 18th. His is higher than that.
yeah, but yeah, he's still good, but like I said, he's not at the he's not at the level yet to really he's not at the level yet to really make the difference. I mean, you've seen like I said during the playoffs. I know it's unfair at the certain case, but Lance and Delmont eat him up uh, during the playoffs.
Yeah. But he is the 13th best point guard in the league by PPR.
Yeah,
But that was mainly a matter of
but they
redundancy. They had a lot more. Bangor had a lot more tools to work with. Um,
so in any case they need to strength put some more strength. We get a good decent point guard backup to shore up that position for sure. Otherwise,
oddly enough, their best backup point guard is Narkissa. Narkissa has a PPR of 5.5, 5.4.
but she's more shooting guard, right?
Yeah,
Or she's natural.
but you
Uh,
gotta remember, keep in mind, it's with the other some of the other main point guard duos like uh Lance and Leon. Lance is 15, Leon is 8.9. Silvius and Lawyer. Silvius is 20. Lawyer is 4.1. I think the other main one is Cresta and Ren. Ren is 14. Cresta is 6. So having your another point guard as your shooting guard means you have two people that make plays. So it's a lot easier to make plays. But yeah, she is technically, if Tay Delgado got injured or whoever they get, she can move to point guard and they're still fine. Uh,
hmm,
but they definitely
so
need to pick
well,
up a point guard. If whether or not it's Tay, I think Tay should get it, or at least someone similar.
maybe shore up also the middle position. I mean, center. Of course, they need to get Mendoza back. That's for sure.
I don't know,
Uh,
7 years in league. Maybe start looking for someone else.
or get keep him as insurance policy at least and back up.
And for reference, Rebecca doesn't have any stats because she never played.
Yeah,
She never left that uh, third do not play the entire season.
damn.
$3 million to never do anything.
Easiest 3 million ever.
Um, even though they need, like, looking at the centers they got, it's like they have I would sort of, it's like, if they get Delgado back, the spot they would need most help with next would be their bigs, because Takeru is okay,
Yeah.
but who do they put as their next starter center? Because they have four other bigs on their roster.
I mean, yeah, Vivian is still there, but he
Oh yeah,
was pretty much injured.
five, because you
Next,
have
yeah.
Viren. 'Cause, yeah, you have Antonio, Eldred, Viren, Rebecca, and Rex, all at taller players. And it's like, okay, so clearly they don't need bigs. Even
Maybe.
Tenma would be probably considered a big at 6'11".
So, me, like I said, maybe focus on the middle ground,
Yeah. They
small forward. And since they got so many bigs, maybe use one of them as trade money to get something. I don't have
definitely,
anything
it's like,
else.
considering the amount of tall, big players they have, Albany should pretty much, any regard to a big or a center, unless they're trading someone away, no. They don't get to look at the talls or bigs because they have half their team is already bigs.
So pretty much them, it's look from small forward all the way from shooting guards. They're guards and small forward to
Yeah.
look at for
I'm gonna write.
DFS.
They definitely need a fight point guard. They have the cap to fight to work on one. Maybe draft for like a backup or backup any guard or small forward. But it's like they should
Mhm.
not even consider anything over 6'7". Maybe six
So
foot eight, because there are some
they
small
have
forwards
to
that big.
watch the height on the players. That's a new one.
Yeah. And it's like you say, oh well, it does well. It's like no, they're still near the bottom of the league. They made playoffs, but they're still near the bottom of the league. So clearly it wasn't working for them. Next one.
The Typhoons.
I'm assuming Buckner was just injured. That's why he's at the bottom.
Hmm. So moving up, Redmayne really tore it during the season. I mean, what a pickup! As soon as he started, he really solved the problems at the position for them. Like, it was like unbelievable. So them, it's pretty much a case of watch the depth,
Well, it's
work on their.
yeah. Obviously Travis Buckner moves up to small forward, so they obviously need a shooting guard because Jose is not it, and the other two are
Was
not guards.
not it yet.
True, he is rookie, so he could get up to there, but he's not a starter level at this point.
Yeah, he needs to be developed a little more. He seems more of a late bloomer.
Uh, the only other weak spot on the team I can see is Neil Aroka.
Well, he's getting in there.
And not, well, defense wise, he was doing really well, but not much performance outside of that.
Yeah, and the team, the piece they got seems to be more offensive oriented. So he kind of stick out like a sore thumb.
And 39 mil for 8 spots. I don't think they have. I think they should work more on grab players.
Grab players like I see, like lock up their depth, get some good grab players, some depth position
More
because
it's yeah. More it's don't chase any of the big fight players because they don't have the cap to do it.
yeah. So forgot the fight, aim low, get better depth, work with the grabs.
Plus side, I don't really see anyone that looks like they're being massively overpaid, except for maybe LaRocca.
Mm-hmm.
Next one.
Next.
Oop, spelled that wrong. I'm typing all these by hand. Give me a break. Okay.
Ah, look what it is, my roster. What else can I really say? I mean,
Well,
of
at this point,
course,
I think we are almost at the top half of the league, I think. No, we're still on the bottom.
yeah.
We're in the
I
middle of the
mean,
league.
what else can I?
I think Michelle is falling on the.
I think the only person that I can really see that Lorraine need to bring back is Griga.
Yeah, Grigor is definitely someone that we're looking to get back. I mean, he's our team captain for God's sakes.
Especially when you consider how much lower his defensive rating is from the rest of the team. So him and Brian Delano Montgomery, they were pretty much, and I guess Vestricchio, they were the only reason the team's defensive rating wasn't worse. What was Lorraine's team defensive rating?
I mean, other
Not
than
great.
that, I mean, uh, Pratt performed superbly. Uh,
Lorraine
it was
was the 8th best defense in the league, and probably in large part because of Griga, Montgomery, and Vestricchio.
yeah. And other than that, like I said, picking Riga back, but the problem, like I said, with Lauren, they still hold their own, but it's still tough. We're not yet to the next level. Uh, I feel that need maybe to fight for a big piece to really move up the team to another level. That because, like I said, my goal with Lorraine for this season is to have above 500 record for this season. So
The one thing I want to know is why is Akiak's offensive rating so bad? Oh, okay. I found out why. He's a Butterfingers. It's like really high PR, but under 100 offensive rating. It's like, oh, it's because he's a Butterfingers.
I think
215 turnovers last season.
I think Grigor too had the problem
What was his
Turnover.
rank in most turnovers last season? What was his rank?
For what?
His rank,
For what? Turnovers?
yeah, for Pratt.
Let me look.
And most turnovers.
Third.
Third. Wow. Okay.
Let me double check
Let's be
that.
sure again who had the most turnovers then.
Nope, I guess fourth. I don't know why it said third, but it's like top turnovers. You had tied for third. Apiadin had the top at 227. Then you had Russell Savoy at 217. Then Killian Belmont Aquino and Akyat Prat tied at 215.
Redmayne was the worst in turnover, and look how good he played last season. So goes to show you that some at some distances
In some regards,
turnover.
yeah. In some regards, admittedly, the more you're talking, the more you have the bar, the more likely you're gonna turn over.
Mhm. So it's deceptive.
Oh, Griga's an FA this year too. He's marked as an FA. As someone comments like, "Oh,
Yeah.
Edwin's an FA." It's like he's gray. He's an FA.
Mhm. Like I said,
Yeah, I fixed. Oh, for
at this
MW, I
point,
did fix that. For
they got a good. I got a good skill set of players, but like I said, again with what I got, depending on what's going to happen, it's maybe continue to build on the players and maybe get some potential good grabs in order to solidify the depth even further. But like I said, the team's great, but I'm still looking to make them go even beyond for next season.
um, but yeah, if I think obviously for boost period, but Akyat Prats needs to get better at dribbling, but because yeah, third worst in the league. I don't think any other starters, well, other than obviously power forward of maybe getting Griga back, but I don't see Griga being too big of a contest, so they should be able to get him back. And they don't really have the cap space to chase after any of the big players. So I think I'll put like grab power forward. Anything else we want to talk about, Lorraine?
I got nothing.
Next one will probably be the shortest one we have, but
Oh yeah, the Seattle Coming. Oh dear.
I'm just gonna say
well,
everything.
well, we can talk who they can possibly try to get back from the last year team.
Obviously DQ.
DQ, Alonso, Nico McNamara,
Yeah.
Marshall.
Marshall, maybe.
Garena as power forward.
Yeah, Gavetta.
I would say more definitely Carnell. Driscoll, you can
Okay.
pass. Carter, maybe. Definitely pass a Maha. But definitely, rest is like, well, we can deal with that. It's not as big of a deal, but definitely try and rechase after DQ and pretty much most of their starters, because none of them are really too old yet. But I'm just gonna leave it as this team needs everything.
It's so it's really going to depend on what the GM's going to want his team to look like.
I think his best bet is chase after maybe like 2 or 3 fights, um, and then get a bunch of like uh, a few like 1 or 2 more grabs, and then get the rest from the fill line, and then draft the last starter.
Mm-hmm.
But they need everything, so not much to talk about.
But okay, so moving on.
Sorry, but it's like it's Seattle. It's you need everything. Alaska. Uh, Matthews, I would say
Hmm.
pick up, but he is also starting to get up there in age.
Oh yeah, 9 years. Time's getting to him. The case of Alaska, I mean, they were always reliable season by season. They always perform well, but like I said, the start maybe like last year was the first time that things started to tip a little bit. So, be interesting to see what they're going to work with. I mean, they still got decent pieces like Najak, that's for sure. Okayu is one of the emerging centers.
He's one of the best
Uh,
centers in the league, if I remember correctly, or best defensive
yeah,
players. Like him and
uh,
Sterling, I think, are like the best defensive players in the league almost.
I mean, Calandine is getting up there. He's still decent.
Like
I don't.
Matthews, I think will still probably is worth being picked up, not for phenomenal salary and not for a long salary, because he is still a phenomenal player. It's just that each year he's going to start getting worse.
Yeah, maybe like his second to last big contract.
I know it's not an accurate, but if we assume like, okay, let's assume he loses, like his PR drops 4 points from getting older. That's still a 23 PER.
Yeah. But like I said, like we talked about in the meeting, people going to start to think of maybe I have some lesser years in their salaries.
Let's see. Kili Samasi will probably go up to power forward starter. So I think the main thing they need is a shooting guard.
Shooting guard, backup shooting guard, and getting Matthews back.
Yeah. Well, they can probably get him for cheap, considering, like I said, it's I don't. We're not gonna throw him as fight at 9 years. He's gonna probably be a
Yeah.
grab at best.
Yeah, and also he's like the franchise player of Alaska, so it's going to be tough
Yeah,
to
it's doubtful he
try
would
and.
ever flip, but also 9 years in league, no one's gonna fight for him.
Mhm.
And 27 million, they pretty much need to not have to fight for him. Uh, Beyond
So yeah,
that, backup guards and maybe a backup big.
yeah. I mean, Servant was kind of decent for a while, but I don't know now.
We'll get into that when we get into the
I always forget.
for what?
I always forget because me, I look at everything. So.
So I just
Next,
need shooting
please.
guard. I'll write down my thing. Okay, next one is
Ooh, the Voyagers.
31.5 million cap, but they have to fill
7.
7.5. Okay.
I mean, next season for sure, Volkov going to be back at center. That's going to
Yeah.
be huge for them. He was injured like for the majority of last season. So at this point, in the people that they need to bring back, I think certainly Catherine O'Hara, Mary Ko, to maybe because she did great when she's normally point guard, but like you told about the duo and such, I think when she played shooting guard, she did great also. So could probably work together again.
The thing is, it's like they have both Otley and O'Hara, who are both more point guards than they are shooting guards. So there's no point in picking up both.
But who will you pick between O'Hara and Utley?
See, Otley is PPR of 6.6, O'Hara is 6.1. So, but O'Hara has a slightly better offensive rating. I don't know. They are very, very equivalent in many regards. Otley, I'm actually going to say Otley because Otley's defensive rating, yes, his offensive rating is not as good, but his defensive rating is phenomenal. 92.7.
Okay, the defensive rating, the lower it is, the better it is.
Yeah. Offensive rating
Okay.
is per 100 possessions, how many points are you making? And the defensive rating is per 100 possessions, how many points are you giving up?
Well, it's really up to also if Volkov coming back, they got Malka, maybe pick up backup. They're going to have to really work and getting a better depth, especially maybe a good grab in bigs.
Plus side, they're getting rid of 3 old players.
Yeah, so
Walters, Melbourne,
Walters.
and Fafner.
So things are really looking up when you look at things. It could be surprising. It could be surprising next season, depending who they choose to pick. Because already with Timmins, Carbano, Malka, and like I said, Volkov was well on his way to have a great season before he got hurt. It's going to be a pretty mean starting line.
But no, it's as mean as it is to say, it's like, yeah, definitely by all means chase after Otley or O'Hara, but only pick up one. There is no reason for them to try and go after both. Neither one is phenomenal at shooting guard. They can flex into it, but neither one is phenomenal at it, and they're both really good. They're good point guards. Definitely phenomenal backup point guards. But you don't need 2 backup point guards.
There is okay, and there's Lacoste, but Lacoste he seemed to be more of a defensive specialist than the offense.
He wasn't really good at that either. Sort of sucked offensively and wasn't that great defensively compared to even the other guards. But not bad, but we'll get to that. Anything else about Winnipeg?
Nope. The totems.
Plus side, their entire starting lineup is still there.
Yeah, pretty
Mhm.
much.
The-
Helen
so-
Prescott. Helen Prescott. I think I'm going to retire her. So she's not all that good anyway.
She's doing
So
decent.
pretty
but-
much it's really to they don't have much to work with either. So pretty much a case of do what you can to have okay enough depth. Yeah.
I will say definitely for draft, pick up a point guard for your draft. I know I've probably said that to too many teams. Or either pick up a point guard, but they need to. Lucas Avern is still, well, I guess 7 years, so he still has a ways. But no, it's mainly just work on your bench.
There's not a whole lot of breathing room you can with 17 million left in your cap.
No,
I think Rocks could be worth getting back among the ones that is free agent.
but they don't have the cap space to really throw at anything. If they have two, then we're talking about only two draft picks, and we're talking about like 14 million, 13, like let's just say 12 million for four spots. Yeah, they can't afford anything expensive.
Mm. At this case, at this point, next season, it's like hope the starting line is healthy, stays healthy.
Next time, unless we have anything else to say about
Nope.
Oh, the Spirits.
Your team.
Yep. I have a lot of depth. I have a lot of bench depth I have to bring up. But the starting lineup is
what you
pretty
got
much
there is
except for
center.
I need either a point guard or a shooting guard.
Let's see, what is
And
Morrison?
pretty much the bench that I need to be great.
Lindsay
mean,
is
for
7.4.
Who? 7.4, what?
For Lindsay, PPR 7.4. Actually, you could probably make do with Swimmer moving to point guard,
Yeah.
and then Morrison
He's
the shooting
alright,
guard.
but at the same time, I'm also thinking about bringing Show back too, but but there is actually a point guard in free agency that I really want to go after. I'm not going to spoil it, so
Yeah. So they either
come
need
on, it's between us and the old chat.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say it. No.
But no, it's most of their staff. Obviously, Locks is sort of. Well, actually, Locks was probably up higher. He was probably your center, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Because I was about to say it's like Spiro is like sort of garbage for starter. He's decent, but not starter. And that's like, oh yeah, Locks you have down there,
Well, Eric is the primary center, and Lash is the primary starter for power forward.
which is fine. So the starters you still have, they're all really good.
So Lindsay, Jerome, Yumeshi, Lach, and Toivonen as a starter line. It's pretty decent.
Well, we are in the top quarter of the league, right, or top half of the league.
Like I said, it's pretty much work your depth.
We're into the
Work your depth.
top 10 teams.
Mm,
So I
Plus
think
Ball, Plus Ball sounds like a very decent player, but he has no curator. So any negotiation with Plus Ball has to go through the committee, and that takes a while. That
there's
usually
also
takes.
the fact that you could probably get better than Plushbaugh as a
Ah,
shooting
yeah.
guard, as a
Mm.
starting shooting guard with free agency. You can probably get a better shooting guard. I'm not going to say definitely go for Plushbaugh. You can just
Yeah, I know.
Shoot,
It's just that I may be wanting more cap space,
yeah.
especially because
Sh-
the point guard that I'm trying to shoot for in free agency might have a lot of demand. So, um, so I'm thinking, but the problem is I don't have any draft pick to trade off of anyway. But I think pretty much the only person that that had any great value that I actually still want to trade off would be Morrison. But that's it. Like I want to keep Bio like a he he can be a dependable backup kind of.
Yeah. My only concern is like with 29 million for 9 spots,
Yeah.
if you do go after anyone big, you're going to pretty much have a team with no depth.
Yeah.
yeah, and that's no good.
Well, you'll have plenty of depth for the backup point guard because unless you trade away either Swimmer or Morrison, it's like, well, if you get a shooting
Uh,
guard, well, you have a backup point guard. If you get a point guard, well, now you have two backup point guards. But
yeah, that's the thing too. I don't have any real intention of trading from him unless I get a good deal that I can't feel. But I have no real intention of trading away him. Pretty much Morrison pretty much the only one in the shop in the trading block as far as I'm right now.
yeah,
But who knows what could happen once the free agency period happens and so.
yeah, that's my biggest concern for Baltimore. They have a lot of really good pieces. A lot of them are very expensive.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's like if you go for anyone big, then you're going to have a team where if any of your starters gets injured, the team is just going to absolutely suffer.
And Tavares, John Miguel Tavares, he's someone that I may think about bringing back. But Lightfoot, Uriah Anderson plays. Uh,
Anderson's been decent,
maybe.
but she's getting up there in age.
Yeah.
Same for same for Yobia.
Yeah, they
You'll be
might.
pretty much on the downhill of his career by this point. Same with Anderson.
Anything else?
Nope.
No, I'm good.
Number 9.
Obviously, they're
Tercio
going to need a point
Trust.
guard and a power forward. If they could
Getting
get
back
those two back, they have the cap space to throw around. 54, almost 55 million.
Yeah, they have a lot of money to throw. I think they can really make good offers for Dakar and Sarah.
the Wit and Sarah, they probably going to. Is the question is go for both or just go for one?
I could definitely see them
Depending.
get Sarah. Like, can you imagine the threat this team would be if they got Sarah and then they got Derby?
Gee, shit.
Sarah, Rising, Tevla, Derby, Jazz.
Ooh-wee.
It's like Gakar is still decent. He'll definitely get a pickup, but it's like I don't think they should prioritize Do It over any of the others if they can get someone better.
Hmm. I mean, other than that, they still
Like they could
they got
probably even
developed.
also make it work of just Tevla goes to power forward again and McMillian goes to small forward, and they'd probably still be fine.
You gotta think though too, because Tevla, it's his last year on his super awkward short contract before
Well, I think
next
that was because that
next.
was a renegotiation, so it's
Yeah,
automatically
but
required to
still,
be two.
there's kind of something they have to think about. Maybe that's going to be a factor because he's probably going to ask for a lot.
Possibly depends on how he does this year, but we are talking about the number 9 team.
Yeah.
Uh,
But other than that, is pretty much a case of work the depth again. Watch their depth and let's settle for the is between DeWitt and Alessandro.
but yeah, definitely go after Sarah. Do it, either Do It or one of the other fights, but they have enough. They have 55 million. They have money to throw around.
Should they do it for do it?
Eh.
Oi.
Blythe can
Hey,
basically be allowed to go away. He's not doing that great, and he's getting up there in age. Oh, they had 2 players they never played. Anything else about San Jose we can think of?
Okay.
nope. Number eight, 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 eight. Uh,
Oh,
and we got and the team they just beat and we finish above them. uh, well, like I said, what can I say?
Well, I
Uh,
think it's for them, it's the standard problem they always have of they're really, really strong in the front half, sort of weak on the back half. So if they could steal, I don't think
get
they have. If they can get like one of the top like bigs, I don't think they really have the cap that they should try it. But if they could,
getting a distant big, like a good grab big. Because like I said, it's really much show up, show up, get bigger in front. I mean, Regan Sancroche is developing pretty well. LaShawn is still pretty good at this position, but
he's also
there's
a 6'6" power forward when a lot of them are closer to like 6'10" or taller.
so like I said, the idea is probably look for something like a power forward, and other than that, I like I said, pretty much in the same link of keeping the depth, maybe bring Ashbury and Varnagi back, and me and possibly drop Morandi because as good as he was, he's getting there in age also.
Yeah, he'll still have a
Meep,
few decent years. Oh, we have another person, or is that just someone
meep.
saying me? Oh, hey, we do have a new one.
Yo,
Who is this?
how goes it? Your partner in crime.
Ah, Greg, mad
Yeah,
buddy.
hey, Mad.
I'm trying to put aside some time to discuss things today. I've had a crazy day, so that's why I couldn't be here
That's
earlier.
Fine. That's fine. We haven't even gotten to the full roundtable part. Anyway, we're still in the teams.
Well, it's interesting that I came in right when we were discussing Howler stuff, so that's kind of funny.
Hey,
But what's up?
Not much, but
Hey, just in time too, because we're talking about your team, man.
yeah. Anything else you
Yeah.
want to say about Howlers, or are we good to move on? I think it's mainly just they. But yeah, they definitely need a big, probably grab level.
I mean, if that's what was being discussed before, I got in here. I mean, Marty and I have already kind of discussed this internally. That yeah, that's probably the first thing where we got to look at.
Yeah, you don't have a big up on the bench right now.
And of course, who we choose is up to ourselves to figure out. But and really, aside from Maroundi walking, it's probably going to be probably looking at a similar team from last year, but with the idea that thing for
Well,
more, of course.
We are
we
talking
need
the
to
number
get
8
three.
team, so it was clearly working for them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but like I was taking like I was taking before, it's working for them. But the problem is we're just at the doorstep of really, because I mean after we reached the final the other season, we sort of take a few steps back. So we're not totally like at the bottom, but we just need a few one or two players to really get back in the the top tier of the mountain, so to
Yeah.
speak.
And Montana
You
is for
are.
like
Go ahead.
the Montana's problem for several years now. It's been pretty much the uh, taller players, and that ever since trying to remember what his name was. I think it was like Hirosaki,
Yeah.
Yeah.
where they got to the finals with him, and then he retired the next year, and Sterling went off the team, and then they pretty much never had a really
We
phenomenal
try and we
big.
try and we try.
Sometimes it just comes down to what the contributor really wants to do. And
Yeah.
luckily I have that kind of experience in my back pocket too. And that's a matter of the GM just having a plan B and a plan C and a plan D. But
We were
we
at plan Y for a while.
but I don't think you ever anticipate the premature and like, you can't control these things, but in a realistic world you don't usually have a front running top 10
Yeah.
after a couple years like that.
Someone
And there's
who
nothing we could
starts
have
their rookie
done to anticipate.
year and then retires their rookie year too. Yeah, that almost never happens.
And so you have to look at that as just like drugs. So luckily Marty's been, this will be his 6th year head coaching the team, and he's been working with me on it. So yeah, we can move on to another team if there's if you want to talk with JW or
Yeah.
get beyond talking about particular teams and just discuss the current available free agents. I don't know.
That's the idea. Oh, hey, Santa Ana.
Cool.
They pretty much need most of their team.
I mean,
Well then.
Adi, they're probably going to pay big to bring Adi back, and most likely he's pretty much. I don't, unless a big shocking turn of events. Holy shit! What happened? I think Adi will pretty much return to the spectrums.
depending on how much money is dumped in front of his feet, you know. So.
Well, they do have 58, so they can chase. Unfortunately, I don't think they have the cap space to get all three back necessarily.
Ah, c'est
They
vrai. Aquino was out of nowhere surprise this season.
Yeah. So they might have to give up. Well, Aquino they might be able to pick back up, whether or not they really need to or not, but they might have to because, yeah, they have 58, but they need three starters. And I imagine Aditya and Sebastian are going to be expensive.
Yeah, Couscous.
Without
So
without Aditya, they don't really have much of a team going on, and that's I mean, obviously they have Kosciuszko, but he's got to be signed back. The bench, I don't see where like Dorian Black's gonna be any better
Dorian Black will
in
be
the
retired.
future.
He's 12 years. No one's going to pick him up.
Yeah. So
Vandella, they should probably bring him back as a backup point guard.
For who?
Vandella.
Let's see, what was
that would
Vandella's?
be
You're at Santa Ana.
Vandella Montes, the
Vandella
Rabbit
is
guard.
3.0 PPR. Honestly, if you want
Sure.
it's weird considering they just bought her out. If you want a good backup point guard, Rolling House would probably be better.
Yeah, but like I said, they bought her house, so he's definitely got a plan or something.
But oh, that's up for them. It could be they just wanted to offer a different because I don't remember how much they paid her out.
I think 4.5 something.
It was 4.5. That's about what she was worth. Let's see, buyouts, signing.
But bottom line, again, probably try to work on their depth at the guards
3.5.
and
So
They only have
big.
Vaughn and Duvall. Well, they have Maloney. Never mind. I was gonna make some comment about their lack of depth at center
big
or big.
Richie
But
Duvall.
they're fine there. They get most signed back.
Yeah, their big decision is what they're going to do with the ID Killian and Couscous situation.
honestly, I think they're probably better go for Adi and Couscous and then draft a shooting guard. Killian is good, but I don't. They need three starters, and they're probably better drafting a starter, shooting guard, and then just making sure they get the other two, and then fill the rest of their bench because they have a lot of pieces they still need.
Yeah.
They have a lot of money,
Was-
but I don't think they have enough money to get three starters.
And especially the starter they got going to ask for a lot with talking 15 million or more, possibly then that is for RD possibly in the 20 mil ballpark, I think.
A D Angun they might get as a steal because simply just how many phenomenal point guards there are that most people might think, oh hey, there's no way they're going to flip off of Santa Ana, that they'll sort of not bid on him and bid on the others.
Yeah, I can see it being one of these signings that the character of the player himself in it
Yeah,
totally for getting a big dollar. Spectrum's benefit, but if they lowball him too much, then of course that brings up the suspicion of like, how much am I worth?
Yeah.
That so, but I agree with you. The potential is there. So and as long as they offer them like they'll offer like 12 at a starting point.
Yeah.
And which is pretty easy to offer. So
Anything else about Santa Ana?
Nope.
it's
Number
hot
7.
in Santa Ana.
Number 7. 7. 7. Lucky 7. Ding, 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 ding.
Are they lucky?
Or unlucky because it's the voodoo. Oh shit!
Oh, probably.
A lot of big salary taken up. 20 and a half cap to take up not only a starter position,
Sadly,
but also most of the bench.
I think they're going to
Yee.
have to give up Casper.
They may.
Casper is most likely going to be a fight with 24 PER.
But maybe Andreas can replace, or is he more of a point guard?
He might. Let me look.
I can't
Casper
remember.
is
That's
a
my character. I remember. I think he's
Oh,
just
I know
Andreas
Andreas.
is 6.2 PPR. So he has more of a, not nearly as good as Derek Kim's 17, but he is more or less being treated as their backup point guard.
I mean, he was the 6th fur of the year.
Yeah.
He's been backing up Kusick and Kim with the benefit
But
of.
And I think for Kim, next year is like his last year because before his next contract.
Oh, so you're yeah, that's an interesting perspective that I don't usually end up the foresight of to like if you sign, for example, if you were to go out and try to get Kusick back, which I think he's going to ask for a bigger contract, which they can't afford.
Andreas has 2 more years. Yeah.
And Andreas re-signed
Andreas?
last year.
Yeah.
Andreas.
Yeah, and Kim, because like I said, they got some good piece at the starter line, but they like I think they're asking a lot, and for certain of them, when the contract's going to end, maybe end soon, they're going to ask even more. So, like I said, it's a case like a sports scene. Like I said, it's like the championship window is still there. They got to do something quick or before the door closes.
Because, yeah, it's next season is, or the season after the 2020-2021, the only ones still currently on the roster are Sterling and Andreas.
Okay, so
yeah,
if I were the manager of the Voodoo, looking at a situation where so I can almost tell you with certainty that I would not re-sign Reinhardt after the 2020 contract is over because he's not worth the 12 million that.
Especially considering he's old.
So he goes away, and that's 12 million that opens up minimum.
Yeah.
Fine. Now, or 2020 really, but you almost would have to like work out some contract, like if you really needed to keep Kusick, and really wanted to, you'd almost have to work out some kind of contract where you
front load, back
balloon
load.
additional
payment,
cap space.
where you do like 5 million this year and then like 12 million next year.
Like a backloaded contract.
Well, I don't know if that's an option that's
I think it's
friendly,
doable. Yeah, I think
but
there's a couple.
yeah, like you could do 6 this year at a, and that's still really stretching it because you're only leaving about 9 million for the remainder of your, and you're signing a bunch of, simpletons at that point.
Yeah.
So it's,
I mean,
Like I said,
man, it's a
I think
struggle.
they might have to just get rid of Casper, maybe move Andreas up, and then just focus
they're
on the
really
draft.
going to have to do something because, like I said, next season, when Feckle and Kim are in the market. They're going to ask for more, and they're probably going to have. There's no possible way they be able to keep everyone. So, like I said, it's a case that their window of championship opportunity is closing unless they do something.
So yeah, if they can either play for this next season, go all out and try and get the ring this year, but then they're going to pretty much be screwed for next year, or play more conservatively, maybe give up the ring this year, still do decently, but be in a better place to try and get their pieces back next season.
Would you say any of these players that are still signed through 2020 are spec, like in the case of like Reinhardt, he's getting paid way more than probably he's worth.
Yeah, way more. He is not really performing.
Like, would they have any stock options in terms of like if they needed to do if they tried to trade for somebody else to kind of alleviate some of the stress on their own?
I don't know.
Well, the problem with
I know that gets into more detail, but
Yeah.
then
the thing is about if you're it's very hard to trade away someone who is overpriced and underperforming, and
well, that's why I was asking if there's anyone who was priced and overperforming.
Mm.
Generally, the people who are overperforming for their price are going to be people on the rookie contract.
yeah,
Once you get out of your rookie contract, you are generally going to be paid roughly what you should be earning, and these roundtables make sure of that.
Don't have any rookie contracts in right now. Out of one,
No.
they're all expired.
Yeah, like
Very
I said,
interesting.
they seem to have been dead set of trying to win now, and and so far it's going to be tough. I mean, with the thing, if they manage something, they still got to compete with the Bangor and Plymouth and.
Like I said,
Eesh.
they can try and make another run at for. They can either try and make another run for it this year, or and then pretty much okay. Afterwards, we'll have to be in a rebuilding period of we're going to suck for a few years, or they can play a lot more conservatively, maybe give up the title, but still do decent and be able to hold on as a good team for a lot longer.
Well, the 7.5 is set aside for draft picks. Is that 2 or 3 picks that they have?
7.5 probably means 3 picks.
So that would leave 5 spots in 15.5. So it's not an impossible task, especially if you worked out something where you got somebody in return for a pick.
Like I said, I'm still saying that they
Options.
might have to just give up Kusick. I don't think they can afford him, not with how many spots they need.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, let me write that down.
Next, number 6.
Quebec Martineaus.
The runner-up for this year finals. The Kaunas.
Plus side, everyone they have currently on their starting line is that's definitely keepable. It's there. But then we are also dealing with another team that they don't have. They're pretty much in the same spot as Velocity in that they don't really have the money to chase after anything big.
Was Doyle last year's salary?
Doyle.
Yeah.
Good question. Let's find out.
7 million.
He might be worth a little higher this year, this off season.
How about Norwich?
Him, I think he was pretty decent. Perhaps they have a shot of getting him at
Norwich is also 7 million.
getting him maybe at a discount of home discount. Again, that's pretty much a case of character versus. It's pretty much a case of character for Norwich.
But Norwich may decide he wants to stop playing in the shadows of Barrett and Tate and wants to be a starter, which unfortunately Hawaii can't really do.
Yeah, there's a character arc relationship there that makes Norwick's and the Hawaii Kahunas questionable. And I'm not speaking from the any knowledge that I have, but it's like like his character would want to be a bench starter ever. And so I would think, I don't know, that the Doyle being the one that ends up.
Yeah, at this point, it's pretty much between if we keep Doyle or if we keep Alphonse and put at the small forward spot.
Personally, I think they are better off getting a grab level small forward and then just getting fills on the rest. If you can try for Alphonse, sure, but it's quite possible he might jump ship to be a starter.
Kind of forward is Blanc. Is he more small or big?
Well, it's 6'10", so he's on the bigger side.
Yeah, but he's getting
He's getting
still
up there in
decent,
age,
but
and his stats aren't good enough for a small forward, and they're not good enough for a power forward. His offense is too low for a good small forward, defense too high for a too good big forward. So it's like, as a backup, he's fine.
yeah.
Okay,
So
so they
yeah.
have a bench who really need that small forward help.
So
can't.
work on their bench and see the situation between Warren and Alphonse.
They have a problem coming up in that they have to sign Cross Curly
Oh.
all in the same season.
Oh.
And
shite.
and so if you are Hawaii and you're the GM, you really do need to try and keep one of those two, Doyle or Norwick.
So it's another case of championship windowsy.
Currently, the only person that is still scheduled for the 2020-2021 is Fastenhout. So next season, Corrali, JCK, Barrett, and Tate are all going free agency.
And so
my god!
Yeah, this is like their do or die year coming up. I think they're on the eclipse of really having.
To be fair, I don't see Barrett or Tate getting much more expensive than they are, but JCK definitely will.
Right.
JCK is going to blow up the bank.
They might have guard issues.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to start, because we have been doing this for almost 2 hours, twice as time, I'm going to start rushing these last few, because these teams have most of their pieces in place, and we do want to still have a lot of free agencies to go through.
Okay, let's go to the next team then.
Mm-hmm. Number 5. It's the girls.
This is number 4.
4? 4. 4.
All right, guys, I gotta go cook dinner. So
Okay, we'll still be here.
see y'all later.
30
So,
million.
What team is this?
Williamsburg.
Yeah, I'm not sure what.
wait.
So
Well, Vera, Crystal. That's the big what to do with them.
They could
That's the
theoretically sign. I don't think they have the cap to afford both of them.
but
Yeah.
you know they'll try.
They'll try, but you got to figure they're going to lose about. Well, how much do they have invested, Williamsburg, in their draft?
You're gonna try and keep mostly the same roster, in my opinion.
They have 3 in draft picks. So they have 3 million invested in draft picks. That's probably like 1 pick for 3 spots.
And they have a 14th spot open, so that's where that rookie will go. And then you have just the Stan Shields Jr.'s contract, 2 big ladies.
So they could do like average, so about 27 million for 2 spots, and then just leave the last one open as maybe pick up as a 1 million later.
Yeah,
But
I think their fate's up to them. They're pretty good in
it's
terms of.
just, will Vera and Crystal be okay with under 15 mil contracts?
I mean, for Vera, she's getting there in age, but she's still quite well. It's Crystals that's going to be the big.
Like if they can get
The
them
big
both, by all means, get them both. It's just I don't know if they'll be able to afford both.
yeah. I mean, they've been quite good in managing and like penny pinching their roster to keep it as strong as it be. But at one point, I mean,
Honestly, their best bet, trade their draft pick to like Banger for some cap space because Banger has a lot.
I don't know if you're trying to speak right now, Marty, but it's just giving us feedback right now.
whoops, sorry.
Okay, I think you're back.
But that's the main thing I can think of. Maybe trade for cap space. Because if they can get cap space, if they can get like another, some of the cap space, trade their draft pick for more cap space, they don't really, their team is mostly full.
Yeah, it's all theoretical for them. So it's easy in that they really only have to think of 2 events. Like you either have the ability to sign them all with the existing cap space, or you do something to attain more.
Anyway, moving on.
Number 3. Speaking of 3, big 3, Taproot.
Yeah.
Taproots.
Taproot.
Beer?
Your team. I don't know. That's what I think of when I think of Taproots.
Ah, beer, the bar tap. Yeah.
I don't know. They have more or less all their starting players next year.
Except for
Knutsen's their biggest player, leaving, and Murphy.
Wait,
Sarah.
Trevor Cruz is still signed.
Yeah. He's on a 2-year rookie contract.
Was he? Did I get that one wrong?
Yeah. He was signed. He was drafted last season.
Cruz and River are both still signed through
Oh yeah, he is.
2020.
Let me fix
They
that.
just get to play around with bench.
At this point, like I've been saying, the team is
Oh, okay.
the core the main core of the team is good. They
That
just need
was
to grow a little bit further, but in the same time, it's maybe to keep try to have a good draft. Maybe grab a few decent grab pieces for their depth. Otherwise, they pretty much are okay, I think.
Yeah, I mean, when you're dedicating a third of your cap to one player, work around the idea of getting deals on younger players.
And like I said, the younger and the little deals that they made last season really paid dividend. I mean, they were like one game away to get to the finals.
Yeah, but so they'll benefit from having two rookies in their second year. I think really only have to discuss their issue.
what, the 5 players
Eh.
for 16?
Kitty!
Sorry.
Oh,
Hey, we got another one.
well, they dropped out because of Kitty, apparently.
Ah, okay.
Kitty
but-
must have gotten on the keyboard or something.
I'm gonna keep moving on because they pretty much just need a bench.
Yeah, work the bench. Number 2, the champions.
A
Unfortunately,
champignon.
Bangor does have a lot of cap, but considering I'm almost guaranteeing Wildfire and Delmont are going to be fights, I don't think they can afford both.
So the bun or the Coog.
Like, I can definitely see both of them going for 20 mil contracts, which
Delmon, after his rookie contract, this much already?
one of the best players in the league. So yeah,
Jeez, that's a freaking jump.
I think it's a worthwhile jump.
or actually looking at it, Lance might not be getting 20 mil because yes, he had like breakout year. He's definitely going to still be really good contract, but also 9 years in the
He's
league.
he's getting there. But
He is still
like I
going to be
said,
phenomenal. Sort of like you have Umeji on Albany is still making tons of bank, and he's older.
yeah,
let's-
but like I said, he's got his ring now. He got the monkey off his back.
Going into the theory that they might sell some of their cap space for something or somebody, do they no longer have enough that you think they could get both of them back? Is it kind of like the
Well, my main thing is both of them could easily end up going for 20 million each,
right?
and they only have 44.
33 or 44?
They have 44.
Not according to the main webpage.
I got something marked wrong.
Well, I've been looking at the front, like the team wiki pages for contract info, and it says they have 33 mil available. 5.5 is set aside
Well, they have
to
5.
draft picks.
Well, my 44 is not based on that, so am I missing like a player that? Oh, it still
Maybe
has
market.
Diego. It still has Diego on the team. I had Diego marked as free agent, slash retire because I remember seeing the tweet right after they won of Diego saying, "Oh hey, I got my ring, I'm done." If he decides I'm not done, he hasn't officially announced, so that is another 5.5.
True. I understand.
So that's where
To
the
11.
discrepancy is. It's I saw on Twitter saying, I got my ring. This is a good time to end on a high note. And so it's like, okay, I marked him as you are no longer on the team then. If he decides he isn't retired, then that's another 5.5 from them.
I don't know. It's probably the one team that we don't have to spend a whole lot of time talking. There is this interesting of will they, won't they sign both of them back?
You have to remember, it's Bangor are pretty clever and devious in making some big surprising moves. So you never know.
But point is still, I don't think they can afford both.
Well, then I guess they'll have to fail. Single tear down left cheek.
Sort of like I'm pretty sure the next one will probably also not be able to get everyone. Which is our
Who's
last
the
one.
next one?
And number one.
Like, I don't see Dakota being able to afford both Sylvius and Derby.
Nope.
They have
Yeah,
plenty of cap space that they can definitely chase after one. I don't think they can afford the other.
I've been trying to place in my mind whether or not Sylvius would be the type of player to attempt
And the
where
thing
it's the Sylvius show.
the thing too is that other than that, they still got to watch for their debt too. I've been talking about it last season too. The problem, even they managed to get really far, but at one point or another, it's going to be important. They can always be front loaded like that.
But I'm just gonna say they either need to chase and fight point guard or center, but they don't have the money to do both. And then they need to get the depth. Anyway, we are done with this. Let's go on to the main part. Now,
Okay.
I'll just step away for a little bit to go to the bathroom and
that's fine. In the
uh,
meantime, I'll be going over our rating systems. The rating system we will be using is this, which is not quite, it's based on about where they should be on the league and about how much that. So it's the top rating is fight. This is a player that is definitely starter ready. Top of the league. Obviously, all the sort of things we said about the teams are down here. Top of the league, phenomenal player. They should be definitely getting really big contracts. Grab is starter ready, in which they could be a starter or they could be in the top 3 bench. They are not going to be phenomenal, but they are still decent. They should be still getting easily. I'd be sort of something going wrong if a grab doesn't end up getting picked up. They should be definitely worth picking up for any team. Phil is they're good, but if you don't pick them up, oh well. But team is 15 players. Not everyone is going to be phenomenal. You do need people to fill the bench.
Yeah.
Pass is below average unless there's a story reason that you really like that character or there's a story reason to pick them up. Just give them a pass. They should not be getting big contracts. Avoid is someone we think, no, it's like if Atticus tried to join. It's like, no, don't. Anyone even looking
Okay.
at them, it's like grab their head, turn them away. And unknown is just the sort of fallback to someone who wasn't played at all. We're going to give them the benefit of the doubt of just saying we don't know how well they did because they never played.
Are you referring to like a specific doc that you shared out?
Yes. Let me repost it into
Able
the.
to share that with me right now?
I'm going to repost it in the general chat.
Okay.
This is the one we've been using.
Yeah, I've been going off the radar. All right. So I am now looking at the doc, and it looks like the rating system is on the guide tab.
Yeah.
And then if you go to the let's see, if you go to the front,
Yeah, the front is where the actual FA is. The team sheet is where you can look what we were looking at, which is each individual team. Afterwards, since we're moving on, people still want to look around the teams. You can just change the team name, and then it'll adjust that. Just please don't touch definitely don't ever touch Scramble because that is set up in a specific way. And sheet base only if you need to change like the roster or whatnot. Anyway,
I just
And
touched
it's
my
going to-
computer screen, and I'm poking the Scramble Don't Touch page with my finger.
anyway, everyone over in the far right corner, go ahead and add the your names past like BE. I went in, well, late last night. I'm assuming these are accurate. I went and sort of parsed all the stuff from the scouting report, so we don't have to keep jumping back and forth from them. So those are all copy pasted in there. And I'm also, unlike previous years, I'm actually, if you see for here, I actually have the bigs and centers sort of intermixed with each other. Because else it doesn't really make sense to say, okay, someone's a big, but they're being held as a separate category from those that are just pure centers. When more often than not, when we talk about one, we're talking about both. And then we have the swings, which are between the guards and the forwards, where before normally they aren't. Oops. That's right, I got rid of his, didn't I?
I'm here, by the way.
Welcome back. Wisdom is a little messed up because of how I had things set up. Because I accidentally had to get rid of him to put in space for one person. So I'll actually grab those for him.
Oh,
Anyway.
gee.
Okay. Work with their
So
giant-
does Team Sheet kind of work like if you type in a name, it comes back with the
everyone on the team,
interesting?
and people are that's what I was doing this entire time. You are feel free to change the team name to whatever, and it'll show you okay who all is on the team and who is staying, who is leaving.
Oh my gosh, look at that magic.
Magic!
And that magic only works if Scramble Don't Touch is left alone.
Okay,
Don't be touching it!
don't.
Okay. Anyway, starting off.
This is great. Go ahead.
Starting off at the top, and we'll move down. Aisha Milbourne.
I think it's pretty retirement is pretty much at the
Yeah,
door.
I think 15 years in league. I'm gonna definitely say pass. If not, I'm not gonna say. I think that's just a blanket pass. Don't need to really look at their stats. They weren't phenomenal, but mainly 15 years in league. Doesn't matter how good they are. Probably.
I was gonna give him the benefit of the doubt and type void, but it's a borderline for me.
Salazar. Somehow only did 71 minutes in 23 games.
Ah,
I'm going to give an unknown. Let's see, what is his ratings? Actually, he has a decent number of Bs. But I'm
They're
going to
pretty-
still give him unknown because
I'd say Phil.
and obviously, even the people who aren't in the call, you can feel free to go and add your own column into the right-hand thing and put in your ratings as you go as well.
Yeah. So
I
on
like
the
like
front
Matt
tab
Lee.
in the document, there are columns to the far right in columns like BD, BE, BF, BG. Names there, and that's where the ratings are being viewed, and then we're putting in our perspectives there. So yeah, that was the piece that was missing, Midge, is we didn't hear that it was the front tab.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, on the front tab, everyone put in as many. The more people we have, the better of an idea GMs have. If we only have like one or two people saying various things, but yeah, it's the more people put in your own thoughts too. If you want to put extra stuff in there. Oh, and one thing I forgot to say, if there's someone that's like borderline, we do have the plus minus system. So if we have someone that's like almost a grab player, almost a starter worthy player, we might do like fill plus or grab minus, depending on where we think they are on the line. I am going to butcher this name.
Greg
Araceli Sanchez.
Araceli Sanchez.
88 minutes.
Well, I wasn't able to really fit her in Lorraine, but still, she got some good amount of grade. She could be a filler somewhere.
Yeah, well, she's got some issues.
I'm just going to give the unknown benefit of the doubt thing. Like really good defensive rebounding. An A in defensive rebounding, which, well, a lot of these have, but I'm just going to give benefit of the doubt, unknown.
It's a given.
Derby, I think, is probably going to be one of the top flights of the season. 50.5 field goal rate percentage.
Yep.
Fight the dirt.
Like, I think the
It's still
biggest
very much
fight,
worth it.
like from the bigs, if you look at like just a PR, Derby and DQ are the only ones that are over 20. So those two, it's which one's going to be fought over more, especially when you look at how many S's Derby has.
Any. Gosh. We'll see what happens when the stats change.
This
we're
is
moving
as of
on.
last night, and the scouting report said postseason, so this might actually be current. I'd have to let for faded / whoever say what whether this is after the adjustments, but
Okay.
this is as of what they were on the scouting report from last night.
Okay. Good to know.
Carol Quinones. Decent field goal percentage.
Oh. Yeah, good field goal percentage. Average
But
PER.
lackluster, pretty much anything else. It's most C's along the board.
Really bad PR. What are we above our fingers?
I'd say they at most is a fill.
Yeah, has potential, but really bad in regards to rebounding, and nothing really great on their stats. So I'll do actually fill minus.
I mean, by saying pass, you're basically saying, yeah, fill minus is a good good compromise. All right, latching the whites
White
of Cassidy.
Latch. 5 years, not the best shooting, but big.
A grab.
Let's look at defense.
Grab plus. Grab minus.
Sort of bad defensive rating considering. What team was she on originally?
Well, Cassidy is the key. Cassidy was for a while. I don't know where he went after that. I'd say it's a fill plus.
Yeah. defensive rating, I would say it's like, okay, decent shooting, big. Probably shoots threes a bit too much. Throwing only 30%, but decent rebounding. Actually pretty good rebounding, but really low, poor offensive and defensive rating. So I'm gonna say yeah, FL plus. Charles Dofree, 174 minutes.
Phil minus.
Good shooting.
Similar to Carroll. Another Phil.
I'm gonna give unknown because still low.
Good strength, but that's not hard to find on other
Especially on the
players.
bigs.
Low average on steals.
Cho Song Hwa, 11 years. I would say give unknown, but 11 years. I'm just gonna say
Divided
plus.
by 0. Remember where they come from.
Team that didn't play him, so it doesn't really make much difference.
Oh, given that it's divided by 0 errors.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chris Johnson, 424 minutes. Okay shooting. Sort of low PR. Low
Still-
rebounding.
Could be good, decent defensively.
Not that
That's
great.
true.
Decent defensively, but really not liking from a center, 7.4 center, that's only getting 20% of the rebounds.
What's the
Never mind.
EWA rating again?
Estimated wins added. Based off of a generic 12th bench or 7th bench. Based on the generic player, how many wins did this person add over the generic person of that position?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna actually change that to what Marty had.
I'll do pass plus.
Or, well, about this more. I'll come back to that one. B. Benson.
62 minutes. I'm going to pretty much, because 62 minutes, 2 for 13 from shooting. So that's why his shooting so low, because he only shot 13 times and made 2. I'm going to give him decent number of A grades. I'm going to give him, but I'm going to still just give him the unknown.
Oh, you
Benefit
know
of
what?
the doubt.
That's point. I don't know what caused his such low FGA. Ratings would indicate that.
Well,
so
62 minutes. So about one shot every, what, 5 minutes? Just
One
most
shot,
of them all
one
missed.
opportunity.
One shot opportunity every 5 minutes, which isn't too bad, but was missing most of them.
God damn it, Greg!
you're the one who put fight the Dur, and it's still there as fight the Dur. I'm just playing into your game. I don't think we have to go over Kuvianic too
No.
much in detail.
Sort
It's
of like
it's a
Derby,
fight.
they're gonna fight over them.
The next one's an interesting debate. Baptiste.
Yeah.
This isn't too bad.
Yeah, it's really not too shabby. Possibly in the grab category.
It's only year 2, right? Am I reading that right?
Yeah. This is after his rookie contract. He's been in the league 2 years so far.
Definitely a grab.
Defensive
He could
rating.
be flourishing in a good bench.
Decent
Hmm.
ratings. I'm gonna give.
I think
Grab
the next one
minus.
is a good example of a grab, in my opinion. I would say this is a Phil plus for me, but
Yeah, I'll
with
go down
the
Phil plus.
exception that, yeah, because the next one is do it. Azad
Do it!
Qatar.
Let's do it!
Like,
You're gonna have to avoid not doing that because it like cracks your microphone and then hurts our ears. When you
if Do It
Sorry.
wasn't as long in the year, I would definitely say grab, maybe. But considering he has 9
think it's
years,
a
I'm gonna
grab.
probably do grab minus.
Okay,
He's still worth
Don't
a
let
grab.
him.
Definitely really good player, but
Don't let him hear you say that.
well, I would say this would be the last time that out of him. Then I don't know. It's different for the next few players, and that's why I say that.
yeah.
Who are all the next 3 or 4 are all 9 or 8 year players.
I'm gonna say DVS
Um,
pass. He didn't really get much play time, but he is also getting up there in age.
Doug Day? How many years for Doug Day?
Hello.
Because
Okay.
God, Day is still got decent rating.
Day is also
Me,
9 years. Really
I'm
good
looking.
shooting.
So maybe a Phil.
Yeah, I might give Faye this shoot decent.
it would be a good backup.
And a lot of
Still
A
has a good
ratings.
shooting percentage.
I'll do
Like a good backup, 4, 5, 6, 3, 4, 5 bench something.
I'll do Phil plus for him. Because there's a lot of really good
Brady.
ratings.
Ew.
Briley. Who is
Well, he's still rated pretty well. Um,
How
one of
many
the better
years?
free throw shooters of the bigs. Somehow.
Fenris is a eighth
Hmm,
eighth year.
not necessarily. I'll say grab. Minus.
10 games added. Estimated wins added 10.
That's a grab minus, in my opinion.
Yeah.
The only reason I put
He would be
minus is
definitely
because of his
grab.
years.
Yeah. If he was like a 2-year at that rating, I would probably say probably closer to like grab plus. I don't think he's up to the fight level of Derby and DQ, but simply on his age, he is still worth grabbing, but he is getting up there in age. Freddie Varnaghi, 1,000 minutes.
Morris. He's pretty much offensive big.
This one's an
assuming
interesting
power forward
case.
position as opposed to a
Yeah.
center.
Center power forward. Like I said, right now, grade wise, the way is being up is more like a offensive big. Still some room to grow at the defense, but he's still got some good mileage in him.
What? Someone make a comment or?
Yes.
Are you
Oh.
are you actually seeing the ratings? We pretty much been messing around a little bit.
Over
Yeah,
that?
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
that's fine.
At some point I do have to take off because of
That's fine. Sorry we weren't able to get to this faster. Because then we could have
It's
gone a lot
okay.
further. But anyway,
Unless there's unless there's any other people that wish to join up.
well, I imagine eventually once JW's back from eating, he'll rejoin. But yeah, anyone can join in and uh, add their own tallies to this too.
There's this fourth person here who's got the column BH highlighted, so maybe they join in. There's at
It's
least
going to be a
6 people in
surprise.
it.
It's
So
going to be
anyway.
a surprise. Who's going to join up?
Anyway, I might put this at
Gouch
another. Well, I don't know. I might do.
Pass. Pretty much.
Choice for starter or backup. I'd say grab minus for Varnage.
Yeah,
There's growth
Yeah,
potential there.
he is still young.
Yeah.
I gotta remember, it's like, okay, the best way to think of it is Fight is a star player, someone you can build your team around. Grab is someone who can start or is good for the top 3 bench. And then Phil is just the rest of the team.
Here's gouge your eyes out, Williams.
Yeah,
Never played.
pretty much underdeveloped, underplayed.
Not much to say if a team never used him. Henrik Fischer.
Some decent grade already for a big on the defense.
Pretty average though, coming out of his 2-year contract.
But I
Stats.
a
I'd say
good
it's a fill.
project for anyone that's willing to stick with him. So
Yep.
I'll say a grab minus.
I'll do
Go for it.
pass plus. Like that, that's one of the advantages of having more people, because it's like you have a lot more. It's like, oh, grab
Millions.
mice and then a pass plus. It's like,
That's why
like-
I'm right in the middle.
Like main thing I'm looking at for like the bigs is I'm mainly looking at like, okay, I will look at like shooting, but that's not the top priority. I'm mainly looking at, okay, what is their defensive rating? What is their rebounding percentages? And then I'll also look at their
Well,
grades.
Me, I'm pretty much focusing on the grades.
I've been focusing on, well, there's the colors that you assign to certain columns, but I've also been looking at the win share. I've been looking at the PER, which I'm always been kind of looking at.
PR is not as important for the bigs, but once we get to the guards, yeah, if we see a low PR, then that's bad. But a
okay.
PR is very offensively focused because it is based on, okay, points scored, assists, steals. Yes, rebounding is in there, but points, assists, steals are a lot more on the guards than just rebounds.
And then beyond the stats, I also taken into account the year of the player. Just kind of like, okay, well, if this player could still be something in the future situation where you put them on your roster, but you don't start them. That's my perspective on Fischer. So we can move on to Hokulani Kealoha.
Hokulani Kealoha.
74 games, only 280 minutes. Decent shooting.
Still, how many years?
2.
Now this is a Phil plus.
Yeah, Phil.
These ratings.
Similar to.
Lots of B's, a few A minus. Yeah, Phil plus. Now let's go. Phil.
Phil Collins.
Kalsang Namkaki.
I know for a couple of years back he was a pretty decent prospect, but as he dipped or as he stagnated?
Right.
I don't think he's so much stagnated as he doesn't stand out.
Hmm.
Like
Yeah,
I
a
think
couple
he would
of
be a
big
very good example of like a backup.
Phil.
So I'm
Well,
gonna say, let's look at his ratings. Not bad, not great, but like I'm gonna do Phil plus because it's like his stats are decent. They're not phenomenal, but they're decent. His defensive rating is atrocious, but like as an offensive big, he's decent.
And who these defense? Poof.
Well, that's Banger's philosophy, and how did that turn out for them?
Yeah. Womp womp.
well, they won though.
Yeah, that's my point.
Defense wins championships. Philosophy has been broken
Okay.
Shattered.
into pieces. Yep. All right. Koichi Ishikawa.
1,000 minutes, so
Again,
definitely over that threshold.
decent.
A 3-point shooter? Yeah, 39 of 99, so it's a 3-point shooter
Phil plus.
big.
Phil plus.
Let's see.
Because he's a good project. If you again is the type I like to talk about sometimes players that are good project if you really take the time to work them at a certain level.
See, how much is he in there? 2 years. What's his ratings? I'm gonna say Phil plus.
It's similar to Namkaki.
Yeah,
All right.
definitely worth
Lucian
picking up.
Darcy.
Other than freakishly strong, he doesn't stand out as much.
Isn't Lucian more than 2 years?
No, only 2 years apparently.
But still, he doesn't seem to have pretty much. I'll say a Phil minus.
So low PER, 2 years, sort of low center with low rebounding. Really strong, but nothing else really doing. I'm gonna do pass.
Say
And do
Like,
Phil
Margot
minus.
War.
because we're talking about, yes, he's really, really super strong, but we're talking about a center that's not really phenomenal in shooting. And looking at his ratings, none of them are particularly great on the defensive one. A D rank
So
perimeter, only a C in post.
I have to break your heart for a second. Lucian is a 2014 undrafted pick. 2014, 2015, and then didn't play again until 2017. So he's not a 2-year player.
So he's a D-League journeyman.
So he took off a year in free agency and then came back and has been in the league for 2 years straight since then. 2 is based off of when he came back, not
So he's
his
not a
actual
2.
years
So
of experience.
so I'm gonna stick with my pass then, because it's actually someone probably closer to like 5, and then just
Yeah.
damn, it's like do what
Okay.
you want, doesn't matter.
Omar or War.
Margot Warrior. She's
You see
still
what
a
he's doing
young rook,
here?
but she got some outside already up in defense. She definitely a good project to keep, pretty much like a first three bench. Either grab or fill plus.
Say Phil plus.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything for center. I would really want center. I want defensive rebounding closer to like 25, 30% or higher. Regardless of where they are, that should be like 34 over around like 30% or higher.
Because,
I'll
like
be
you
happy.
said, you see a grading that she almost specialized in anyway. because where she's good, like contact and free throw, blocking, and rebounding and stuff. So
Simply
she
because of
is
grades, I'll do the Phil plus, but also I would have just done Phil. Because, yeah, that is a lot of A's. Wallstein.
3D. All right, that's Wolfenstein. Oops.
she's really decent. Problems she doesn't seem to be able to stay steady with anything. She's bouncing.
If she were to
She's
stop
keep
shooting
getting
threes, she'd probably do a lot better. 6 of 55.
Jesus.
So
That's
Other
about
than
1 out of every, what,
1 out of
11
every 10.
shots is a 4-3.
Oh, I see. This is one of those like real because behind the character are super involved, but the player focus is not typical for the position, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't know what you would do in a situation where, like, say somebody is taking a lot of risk and attractive, but at the same time has the scale of somebody who would. It's weird. I guess I'm gonna go with the grab minus, but with the hesitation that
Yeah,
have other
going on the
options
basis
available.
of grab as being bent, starter ready, or starter capable or backup, she definitely fulfills that thing. She is definitely could be a starter. She is not a star player.
He needs to ditch the 3-point throws, and then it's a grab solidly.
Yeah. Like if she wasn't shooting threes, her PR would probably be over 15. So in which case we're talking about a decent defensive player and a, like also keep in mind 92 defensive rating.
yeah.
Like the only ones better than that, I think it's DQ and Derby.
So she's really something.
So I would, based on actually defensive rating, I'm gonna upgrade up to just normal grab. If she was didn't shoot threes, I would probably put her as grab plus. I don't yet quite put her at the same level as DQ or Derby, but like the only thing holding her down is she shoots threes too often.
Well, stop it. Okay, Mark Cantor, the I.
Mark Cantor, how many years?
4. Decent
Quattro.
shooting, but really low PR, so I'm guessing a lot of actually not that many turnovers.
From
Phil.
what I've seen, he's pretty decent athletically. I mean, it's pretty much in the basics of shooting, and if you work with him and you work his shot, he could get pretty decent. I mean, B strength, B jump, B speed, B endurance, B minus contact.
Only B's. Look at all the players that have A's for stuff.
Well, strength I'm not really considering all that necessary, but yeah, it's as a backup,
Phil.
I'm
Oh
gonna
yeah, Phil.
say Phil plus because as a backup, could you see him being as a good backup?
Yes.
Yeah, and
Which
like
is
I said, you work on him a little bit to get a better shot, and voila.
Ducky boy.
Michael Porter,
Time.
3 years in league.
Again, that's not correct. That's totally not correct. Way Porter's only been in the league for 3 years. But regardless of how many years played, oh,
Another
is he a pass?
decent 3-point shooter, big.
That
They
won the
fill
3-point
minus.
contest. He isn't getting him there in age though.
Okay, I don't know why I have it as 3. He is actually actually no,
2006.
2000. Yeah, draft pick 2006. So I'm actually going to do pass. So that should actually be
Yeah.
what, 13?
It's
Oh,
an
okay,
old
that's
ducky.
why. There we go. It was marked as 3 from a carryover. Like Chosung Wang is not 11. It's probably where I wrote the number instead of. Also, do it is 6. Let's see if there's any others where I did this. Actually, let's just do that.
Yay! Numbers look good now.
Okay. There were some where it's I have it do a VLOOKUP to the sheet base, which I did actually look up for every single player, how long they've been in the league. With the exception of the one where it's like, okay, where you said it's like they were only actively in the league for 2 years, but they went undrafted for a few years. But 13
Okay.
years, I'm going to say pass minus.
Do fill minus just because Ducky.
Ducky, ducky, quack, quack.
Miguel
But-
Mendoza.
One of the big surprise of last year.
A really good free throw percentage, actually. Not that we really look at much for them.
I would say the win share comes into perspective here. Apparently, Mendoza was on.
Alphas.
For 17.
I don't know why
100
he's
min-
responsible for -1 wins. I'd say it's still a grab. Not quite sure, but
Sort of a weak
How many
pick, isn't he?
years?
C minus strength.
no,
How many
yes,
years?
actually.
Mendoza.
His
I'll
defense
do-
rating is a little bit too high,
I'm gonna do
comparatively
Phil
speaking.
plus. Yes, it's Albany and a lot of defensive rating. One thing to keep in mind, defensive rating is sort of shared between the team. So like someone on the best defensive team of the league, even if you're not a good defensive player yourself, your rating is going to probably be better than if we put like DQ on Bangor.
Well, even then, there's pluses and minuses to Mendoza. It's a borderline grab fill situation.
Which is why we have the plus minus thing.
Yay!
I mean, it could
You're
be
on.
a great backup, but also a decent emergency starter.
All right, next player.
Nurin Penichkol. 1,000 minutes.
A youngin.
I'm not too much concerned about 3 shooting. It's 2 of 18. So he's not shooting threes too often.
A couple of good Bs where it counts. Still room to grow. Phil
Pretty
plus.
decent defensive rating.
But
really
their
low
last name has
rebounding.
the word panic in it. Therefore, I don't want to panic too much if I draft this player. So it's a fill minus for me. This is obviously based in deep logic. Pierre Caro.
He was with the Howlers, decent a couple of times to help out in the pinch.
A center that's
Otherwise,
decent shooting.
Yeah, but he was
Yeah.
a player for the Howlers. Avoid the Howlers at all costs.
Greg,
Hi, Marty.
don't make me bap you.
Decent
luck.
rebounding. Not as high as I would really want.
It's probably a fill.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Phil.
Plus. No.
We're actually being a lot more brutal this season than we are usually. But that's fine. As long as we're being objective about how we're being. Quintessa Hartnett.
That's right. Yeah, she got some good stat, but age is coming along the
12.
way, so it might take a big drop.
He's
Might change
peculiar. 'Cause she's got
drastically.
I'm gonna do. She would be definitely a grab if she was a lot younger, but I'm just gonna do Phil plus on the notion of if you pick her up,
Don't pick her for long.
I'm gonna preface mine with that. Because she'll still probably be okay for another season or two.
would say, yeah, but we can move on.
Ronnie,
Plenelp.
yeah, that guy. Not gonna bother with some of these names.
It's an actual last name.
Yes, and I would probably butcher it in real life too. Really good
Well,
shooting.
Youngin, a good shooting. Grades, pretty much room to grow.
Not great.
Probably a fill plus.
Really good
Yeah.
offensive rating for the bigs. Pretty decent defensive rating for this grade. Nothing really too standing out. Probably
I
the
said,
best pass rating of all the bigs.
and that's saying a lot.
Yeah, he has the best
Big.
pass rating of all the bigs.
Huh.
Interesting. Yeah, Phil plus
So
works.
would you? Yeah, I was gonna ask if you think that makes it worthy of a grab situation, but I don't know if you want to go out and try to grab this person in most situations.
Well, it's more for him. Do we think the fact he could potentially throw the ball around? Actually, no. Based on yeah, I think I will actually go up to him grab minus. Because
Okay.
we're talking about decent, pretty good offensive rating, pretty good defensive rating. The pass is not the clincher. He's also really good at stealing, apparently, too.
Huh.
Okay, so I will get through the
Damn.
bigs and then I have to go.
Okay.
No problem.
Hopefully we can get Jay Wolf back by then or someone else joining and helping us out with these.
Zacharias Ekholm.
Another good shooter.
Yep.
A
Falcon
couple of
Prism.
A's. Good
think-
A lot
B's.
better defensive rating than slightly worse defensive rating than Ronnie. Slightly worse offense.
I'm gonna go up to grab minus with this one.
Because they're young.
Yeah.
I mean, it's ending his rookie contract. He got he got a big room to grow, and he already got some good grades.
Based solely
like I
on the
said,
grades, I'm gonna give the still grab minus. I think performance-wise, Ronnie did better in most categories, but Sicarius is younger and does have slightly better ratings. So I think if you put them on a better team, they'll definitely do better.
yeah, and getting more minutes, you would probably make a bigger difference.
Right. Next is the
Depending
son
on-
of a Canute.
Right, the Knutson. Decent shooting. Okay, rebounding.
She bounced a lot of things.
Really good defensive rating.
Yeah.
Grab. Well, or her
Gosh.
to somebody up higher on the list. Just to make sure I haven't been slipping in my.
Grab. Yeah, she's a grab. Could be a good backup. Like a 1-2-3 bench.
She really only is suffering.
I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna give her
Say
grab
grab.
minus, and I'm actually gonna jump Ronnie up to grab because looking at this, if you compare the two, Ronnie pretty much edges her out in just about every stat, at least from how she performed.
There, well, there's similarities and differences. There is about an equal amount of things that Ronnie is good at, but then we're looking at comparing who's the best big available at one thing, the offensive rating. With a more or less equivalent defensive rating.
Yeah.
And I know again there's that statistic of play, but I don't know, I think they're pretty equivalent.
Yeah, they're very equivalent. That's what I'm
So
saying. It's like,
I,
okay, defensively, it's very comparable. They should be about the same rating. It's just a matter of which order you want to prefer. Do you want the defense a bit more? Or do you want the offense a bit more?
next is the opposite of up.
Sherman downward 118 minutes.
Getting there in age
4 years?
Oh.
was
Oh, yeah, 8 years.
no
Okay. Sorry. 8 years.
8 years.
If
But
he was
still,
younger, I'd do unknown. I'm going to do pass.
I was gonna do pass plus.
Its stats are nothing really. A couple of these plus.
Next one is Tarek, who is only 120 minutes. Decent shooting, but only 120 minutes, so very small sample size. Decent ratings.
Yeah,
If decent ratings, it goes for a fill.
I don't think Chomsky's ratings have actually been touched all that much in the 4 years.
How many years?
Remember when those ratings got entered in for this character? I know that's kind of a weird comment, but it was a lot of C's and B's, and they haven't changed much since then. This is the very much a fill for me.
I'm going with the unknown because very low sample size. I'm also doing unknown for Thorn Tanner, who was not played, which is why I went ahead and did both of them as unknown.
Next is Elk Boy.
Trump Mosley.
Lots of minutes.
Okay in shooting. Pretty decent
mostly-
PR. Really good defensive stat performance in regards to rebounding.
This past year.
I mean,
Re-
he's not old. He still can be work well a bit. I'll say probably a Phil plus.
Yeah, I was still plus. If his ratings were better, I'd probably be definitely grab, but
They've
He's
bounced
like
around.
a 4 or 5 bench guy.
Bug Boy.
Tuawati.
Tuawati. It's your boy.
Decent. eh. Really low PR despite decent shooting. Is he eternal?
But he still got some decent grades to work on.
-3 estimated wins average in only 100
Doesn't
minutes.
have a ton of I would say, or I would call
He got some decent stat where it matters for his position. So
just a
I
solid
pretty much
fill.
a solid fill.
Yeah. I think the main things that's really hurting him is really low speed, really low dribble, and really low pass, which means he's going to lose the ball a lot.
I was trying to say what is that called when it's just like you're not good at the basics.
Fundamentals.
Fundamentals. Thank you. The fundamental skills, he's really below average comparatively speaking, and maybe that. Well, I'll leave it at Phil.
There's fundamental and there's like position oriented grades like specialization
Role players.
Vic
So
Hockner is next.
Vic Hockner, 4 years, really good shooting.
again, some decent
stats.
nothing to sneeze at. Decent stats. He got the stats where it needed as a basic for a center, but again, it's a case of he has a room to grow somewhere else to be a little better above the average.
Yeah, he's a slightly better Tuawati.
Yeah. The weird thing is
Actually.
his stats. If his offensive rebounding was a C and his defensive rebounding was only if his offensive rebounding was a B and his defensive rebounding was a C, you can see him has a very up close and personal type because his A in close, which means he's constantly the spot you want him best is right under the net, getting those offensive rebounding and putting them back in. But his offensive rebounding is not that great. That is like sort of weird. It's like if that B was one square to the left, he would probably be a much better player.
Oops.
Yobia, 9 years in league.
Age getting to him. Everywhere he went, he was decent at time, but slowly but surely the league seems to passing over him.
You're the
think it was
one who
mainly
can make that change, Marty. You can bring him back to prosperity.
Yobia. I think was always basically the we can't get anyone really good, but you're good enough.
Yeah, especially 1 year in Montana where it's I think was the year that Sterling decided to sign with the Voodoo. So we kind of freaked out and decided to give a big contract to Yobia, and it was certainly not a great idea. So when Patrick came along, we used his amnesty clause to correct the mistake that we did. So,
All right. That's the end of the bigs. So
Well, keep
The
chugging along.
drive,
Hopefully we get more
go
people
home.
joining in. Drive
Yep.
safe.
All right.
Now we are into swings, or normal forwards. So these might be like power forwards or small forwards.
I'll be back
anyone
in
else
15,
that's
20
willing to
minutes.
step, because I'm starting to fade a little bit.
Yeah.
That
Wouldn't want
coffee.
to leave Mish all by himself. Anyone is willing to join up on the round table?
I'm
I
pretty
mean,
sure.
I can still follow, but probably not going to ride anymore. I'll most likely maybe get to bed and follow by here.
Yeah. If you leave, then feel free. But
No,
anyone
I
is
mean,
free
I'll
to
still
join
be
in.
there.
But I'm sure
I'll
eventually
s-
Jay Wolf will come back when he's done eating.
Yeah, but I'll still be there and follow along, but I won't like have the document in front of me. I'll go pretty much by ear. So we're up to swings, you say?
Forwards.
Forwards. So who's up next?
Relink the stream and the stuff to people.
I'm still with you. Like I said, I'll just be less active over the screen and more talkative.
Okay, we might get
Yes.
Baru coming in. Anyway, Alan Murphy.
How
298
many
minutes.
years?
Okay, Big Sed might also be joining in a few minutes too. So,
Oh, good. So,
so we're going to get some more people soon, potentially. 10 years in league, really good shooting, but also really low playtime.
and then, so
Ping pretty much a lot.
I'm getting a lot of static.
Oh, just
Alan Murphy, simply because 10 years in league, low playtime, I'd probably actually put him under the unknown status still. I generally do unknown under 300. His ratings are decent, but 10 years in league, I'm going to still say pass.
yeah, that'll pretty much probably be a pass too for me.
borderline fail minus if you're really desperate. And
I mean, he's still worth
miss it.
picking up, but it's old. So I'm just going to do, I would do unknown. I'm not going to do a fill for someone under 300 minutes. So it's like, I'm just going to do pass because old. If you really want him, by all means, but Alphonse Norwich the Fourth. 53% field goal percentage. 17 PER. Really decent rebounding, really decent ratings. Lots of that. Norwich, I'm going to say grab plus. I don't think he's quite on the level of like Derby and DQ. I think he's almost. Actually gonna throw this over here. That way in case someone wants to join in the fourth column, they can join in without updating that. He's either grab plus or fight minus. But definitely grab or better. Andy Seckford, 780, 792, decent shooting. Probably shoots a bit too many threes, but eh. Small forward, so that can happen. Decent.
It's pretty.
You cut out.
It's really in character story dependent at this point, I think.
For Seckford, I can't see any reason why anyone would pick him over Norwich other than Story. Pretty much every single stat, Norwich beats him out. Norwich is better shooting. Norwich is better PR. Norwich is better defense. Better offense. So or I guess the question is, he's grab plus. It's would Andy Seckford be starter able?
Probably not yet, but I pretty much think he's a fill.
I'm gonna do grab minus. He is almost up to the definitely a backup. Because I'm holding the grab as either the top three bench or could start. And on that note, yeah, I think Seckford could start. Just not like Norwich should start. He is startable. He's just not up to the point of.
He's not elite. He's superstar, but he's not elite yet.
Okay. Brax Trenner, 13 years in the league. 36 minutes. I would do the unknown, but old. Pass.
Such a shame. He was such a nice pickup when we took him 1 year at Montana. But after that, age got the better of him.
Carlos Reyes. Really good shooting. Shoots a bit too many threes, considering how often he's missing them. 15 of 93s.
Good ratings, good grading.
How many years? 2 years in league, so this is just after his rookie contract.
I'll say Phil plus grab. Grab minus. You got room to grow.
Yeah, I'll do grab minus. I would definitely prioritize Norwich over him. It was just a matter of, it's like, okay, grab or grab. It's like, do I value him more or less than I would like Seckford? And it's like, I don't know, but giving him the same rating is fine. Alright,
Bolobanov.
Dragomir Bulumanov. Only
It's
1 year in the league.
Husband.
'94 defensive rating.
Is one of the pieces that Hudsville should be better grab again in order to shape the team back to the right track.
I'd like to see, definitely not a grab plus. I would like to see this be a little bit better. 6'10" is more power forward.
Grab minus.
I'm gonna lean.
You got room to grow again. It's
Yeah, he's only been. If it was a second year, I'd probably do Phil plus, but because he's only been 1 year, that was his rookie season. Evan Marshall.
the woodpecker.
39. Decent PR. Actually, pretty decent PPR. He's a decent playmaker.
Yeah, he's athletically is pretty decent too. Shooting is getting it there well. 2C plus. He doesn't need much to go to really be sharp.
And a
Stealing,
really good
passing.
defensive rating, 92.
He's what's his primary position?
I think he's a small forward. 6'8". He could be power forward or small forward. He's what, Seattle?
Yeah, it was a
He was
Seattle.
their small forward.
Oh, it's one piece that Seattle should consider get back. He's a grab plus.
I'm definitely saying, yeah, grab plus. Really good defensive rating from. We're talking about someone who is good all around everything. His shooting is sort of
Yeah.
meh, but we're talking about a small forward who can not only make plays but can defend. 92
yeah.
defensive rating.
And the shooting, like I said, 1 to 2 year boost of that, and he's going to be even stronger.
Granted, 6 years in league, he's not going to get too much better, but still, he's still definitely grab.
From another bird to the next.
Georges Poultier.
Georges Poultier.
Decent shooting. Sort of low PR. 6'7" means
Still,
probably a small forward. I would like that to be a little bit higher. 4 years in league.
Athletically fit, some decent defensive score.
Yeah.
Probably a Phil plus.
Yeah, let's go Phil plus. Clearly, scoring is not his priority, considering all of his
More of a
shooting
specialized player.
skill. He's designed as pretty much a defensive small forward, because perimeter posts are both really high, defensive rebounding, and then you also have strength, speed, jump,
goes.
endurance.
Yeah, he really goes to what Faded was talking about in the meeting, that he wanted to
A role player.
maybe highlight more role players.
Jarrett, don't let him have the ball. Six,
Oh.
9 years in league, so that's gonna definitely hurt him a bit. Really good shooting, just don't let him have the ball, which is probably why his PR is so low. Decent rebounding, decent ratings,
Phil minus.
really high endurance, but don't let him ever actually have the ball. He'd be one of those people. It's like he gets the ball, he either shoots or you don't give him the ball.
He barely touches. He put back or a spike like in volleyball.
I would probably do Phil, but I'm gonna do pass plus. He is still decent, but he is also 9 years in the league. Oh, looks like we have someone making a note on BH on the fourth column. Okay.
Oh.
Glory McFain, 33 minutes.
And nothing to sneeze at stat wise. Like it was, like you said, barely even touch, barely even taken care of.
I'm gonna do unknown. Give him the benefit of the doubt. All around C probably means they wouldn't perform even if they were in there.
I'll grant you first on unknown this time.
And yeah, this one's gonna be a pass. Godfrey Zinedell, 14 years in the league.
Time to go. Go.
Nothing
go
really
to
to.
go.
All right. Hey guys,
Hey, we got a
Big
third.
Set here.
Another third.
Oh, hold on. I'm over here. Yeah.
Big said.
Okay.
So now we're going to listen to you give all the rating from the one from the start before we go.
No, we're not doing that.
If you want to add them in
That would
later,
take
by all
way
means,
too
but
long.
no.
I'm maybe. I don't know. Maybe. All right. So, are we Jacko here?
Yep.
Jacobus.
Jacobus von Oerschodt.
Well, I mean, he's fast. He can kind of jump a little, but the rest is kind of average. I'd say Phil.
6'5" leads me to think more of a shooting type small forward, and his shooting scores
But his
are not.
shooting grades aren't that great.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah,
he's
yeah. I
too
mean,
short
yeah.
to be
Free
good for a
throws,
defensive
C
one.
plus free throw shooting, C close range. He's B mid range. It's not that, and 3-point shooting is C plus. It's not great.
I mean, he's young, but I'll do pass
Yeah.
plus because he's young. The plus because he's young, but nothing at all screams, okay, this is a good pick, other than the fact he's fast, which
He's
means,
very
yeah,
well, he is young. I'll give him like Phil plus, I guess. Phil plus, or actually, well, maybe, yeah.
Phil
Yeah,
plus means,
maybe just Phil. Maybe just Phil.
Yeah.
Phil, you're right. Phil plus would be better. Yeah. Not like I haven't been listening the whole time. Okay. Anyway, all right. On to the next guy.
Jalen Rose,
All right.
6'13"
So
minutes.
yeah,
Really good
yeah.
3-point
A couple
shooting.
years. Yeah, Dakota drafted him a couple years ago. He was supposed to be their starter at power forward. That didn't really pan out. He still has some good grades. He could be decent bench piece for somebody. I mean, you probably don't want him as your starter. If he's starting for you, you're in trouble. So
he's got room to grow. Like I said, he's pretty much like a good backup to Mishima.
Yeah, I would say, I guess Phil plus, I guess, as he does have some decent grades.
Yeah, he has definitely the potential of being starter
He's
soon.
young.
I don't think he's there, so I'm not going to give him the grab minus, but I
Yeah.
think he is borderline almost there.
Not quite there yet. All right. So now we've got Josh Sievert here. Yep, this is okay. So this is one of Hare's characters. He's left the league, so kind of an inactive player.
In response to Faded, yes, this is only based on the people who played this season, who are going FA. Anyone who was like went left last season, I did not ask J Wolf this time for like D League mentions like I did previous season. This is only the people who played last season and are currently out of their contract.
Josh, he still got some decent stat. He's like,
I mean, if I'm going to be honest, I fully expect Alaska to re-sign him because Alaska, they don't turn over their roster at all. Like, it's been pretty consistent for the past few seasons. I mean, a couple years ago they did lose Zach Tate to Hawaii, but other than that, pretty consistent. So I'm going to
Sievert
say
is one of those. I would definitely say they should not be shooting nearly as many threes as they should.
mhm.
27 of 137.
So I'm going to say grab minus with the cap because I think Alaska is going to re-sign him and he's going to still be the starter there. That's what I'm going with.
I'm gonna go with
Grab minus.
Definitely worth picking up. I don't know if he would. I don't think he's quite starter level.
fringe backup.
And and again, his creator inactive, so his stats probably going to get worse. But I think Alaska's going to bring him back. Grab minus.
Okay, Kina Kong,
Okay.
32 minutes.
A lot of C's for her too. Bill.
I'm gonna do benefit of the doubt of unknown. Probably should be a pass, but I'm gonna do benefit of the doubt because too many C's. I'm just gonna do benefit of the doubt unknown. Lucien Noy. Really good shooting. Technically, he is 100% three-point percentage out of his one attempt.
He got some pretty good
Okay.
ball handling skills.
Yeah, 18 PR, 3.8
Decent
PPR,
grades.
so he can run plays.
Yeah. You probably shouldn't shoot freeze. You see the D there.
He shot one and went in.
Yeah, you probably still shouldn't though.
He shouldn't, but well, there's the issue of sometimes you don't have a choice where it's like the shot clock is almost done, or you're trying to get like the 1
Mhm.
second left of the quarter, so you
Yeah,
just
sure.
lob it.
Last shot there. Yeah.
Uh,
Desperation.
2 years in the league, really good shooting, really high offensive rating, really good defensive rating, all things considered. I'm going to give him not enough S's to do fight, but I think he's definitely worth a grab.
Yeah, I see him as more of a bench piece. I agree with Marty here. Phil plus. Yeah, he's a decent. I mean, he's young, but I think he's a decent bench piece at this point. Yeah.
JM.
Okay, so Lunas St.
Lunas,
Peter.
Who's
Okay,
JM?
so excellent free throw shooter. How's that going for him? The other
Her.
grades, yeah.
Luna St.
well,
Peter.
she
Good. Some B's, some C's, a couple D's.
She athletically, she's pretty decent. Good free throw. Like I said,
Great free throw shooter.
Really good defensive rebounder,
Just
despite never having picked up an offensive
just
rebound.
let everybody foul her. Boom. Buckets. There's points on the board. Nah,
But we're talking about a S ranking in free throw.
I guess. Yeah, I'm going Phil Plus again.
Yeah, Phil Plus works. How long in the year league? 6 in the league. Okay, I'm going to drop down to just Phil because 6 years in the league. I don't know how active they are.
Yeah. Well, they were on Albany, and well, of course, I had Terry on Albany, and so I think Luna was getting decent minutes towards the end of the season because of an injury or something.
Well, 800
I,
minutes.
I, I don't know.
So
I don't know how Draken does.
I know
I
had her.
think he barely knows. Sometimes
I had her for a while in Lorraine. She done pretty well. At the one time, she was actually our starting small forward.
Yeah, I wouldn't put her. I wouldn't have her as a starter now. I mean, she's good. She's all right. She's not that good.
Mark, my shark.
Mark
Shark,
Garina
yes.
Jr.
Mm-hmm.
He shot 1 3 attempt and missed.
But that's
That's it's like 1 or
Well.
2. It's like, it's, as we said, it's like, oh, it's
He does have
2
an F
minutes
in there,
left
but
or 2 seconds
but,
left.
I mean,
Just throw it.
well, yeah, he is more of. I think, yeah, he is more of a power forward. So 3-point shooting not as important.
7'2".
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
34
And,
defensive,
Pretty good
91.9
shot
defensive
blocker,
rating.
pretty good defensive rebounder, pretty good. I think that's
He-
post
he-
defense
he-
there. So yeah,
he
3
really-
S's.
he really flourished
A+,
tremendously.
Did pretty well last season. Kind of. I mean, it was gonna be. It was always going to be pretty damn hard to replace Jake Turner, especially since they lost Natalie too. They lost Belmare, who was pretty good backup. I mean, if they had held on to, yeah. I mean,
From a defensive
mean-
standpoint,
I
I'm
mean,
going to go
yeah.
with the grab.
I mean, I'm gonna
yeah,
say.
Mark is definitely a grab because he's still got. I mean, he's,
Yeah, I'm gonna
he's
say grab. I'm gonna say grab minus.
at this point he's still got some room to grow, and with the stat like he had,
I mean,
in
I think
a season or
I think there are better options available at power forward, but
As a
worth a look.
defensive
He's worth a look.
powerhouse, S in block, S in defensive rebound, S in post. So Derby and DQ are the only ones that can have those S's in those spots as well. So he's as good of a defensive player as Derby and DQ.
he's really a true specialist.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty good on that.
I mean, give him a year or two, and he will be beyond even more complete. The sky is the limit for Garena.
Like if he had like another S somewhere, I would probably throw him as fight. Or if he had a lot better shooting, but
Yeah, if he was a bit better on the offensive end, I might put him as grab.
but if you take the notion of, okay, you get him and you put him on a very offensive oriented team where you aren't requiring him to be the one making the points. You're just requiring him to stop the other team. Like put him on Bangor where, yeah, they have plenty of other scorers. Or you put him on last season's Dakota where they had tons of scorers.
Mm-hmm.
I think he
I
could
can
definitely
see that.
be a good starter on the right team. Marshall Anderson Rhodes.
Sad.
All right. So yeah, so big clouded leopard dunker here.
Not
B's,
too
lot
concerned
of
about 3P. He
C's.
only shot 7. Yeah.
I guess
Not great PR, but more of a power
Was
forward.
it said? Who's messing around with
so.
my
Yeah,
answers?
B's and C's. Yeah, I guess I'm kind of. Yeah, I guess I'm going. Phil plus for him too. Decent bench player.
Yeah, Phil Plus for Mr. Rhodes.
Yeah, Phil plus works. Actually, I'll just do Phil.
Back.
Welcome back. Feel free
That
to
was you.
rejoin us.
The only one who messes
Mad.
around. So, yeah, I won't be talking much.
That's
That's
fine.
fine.
I will be going along, starting at the next guy here.
Moby. Copy paste squirrel.
Matisse Serslager Bazoom Sambian.
I'm gonna attempt his name. I think it's like
Balasubramanian,
Matayazkan Balasubramanian.
I think.
7 years in the league, so
That's
actually
probably. Yeah, so he's been in the league a long time, and
not as long
He
as
was
some.
definitely
He's only 7.
there's definitely kind of perception that well he was the number 1 pick at one point, so he's definitely he's kind of sort of in bust territory. So, but he still has some good grades. Phil minus. That's what I'm going with.
Yeah,
Phil minus.
If he was younger, I'd probably do Phil, maybe Phil plus, but
Doing Phil only for the sake that it is a first number 1 pick.
Yeah, but he's never lived up to that. Like, not even close.
I have his NBA player card, though. Not it, but
I'm not loving the movie. Sorry, I don't have love for movie. I don't have too much love for movie.
Did he actually had great season when he started?
I'm not sure if I don't think he did really. I think he was always kind of meh.
right. Well, this next
I think part of it
expands
is
on
the
this
guy
next
who
player.
made him that did nothing with him story wise. So that's kind of part of
Mustafa,
it.
19
stats on
minutes.
this next player are
Holy
the best
C's.
ever.
19 minutes.
E.
So
Oh, yeah.
18
Like,
minutes.
Shot 3
remarkably
times and
average
missed.
across the board.
Shot 3 times and missed. Shot one of those was a 3-pointer where he missed, and then had 2 free throws where he also missed.
Yeah. So he didn't get a lot of minutes. Yeah, I
But
guess.
he got 4 rebounds in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And 2 assists.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
so,
know what?
Yeah, he
Look at
was
all that.
definitely deep reserve filler on Biloxi. So yeah,
It really is
going
an
unknown.
unknown.
he's
Yeah.
an unknown.
However,
Marty
all those
put
C's.
on comb.
Look at all those C's.
That's close enough. So many C's.
His best rating is a C plus.
Yeah, I'm thinking. Yeah, unknown because he just didn't play a lot, but based on
Giving
those
him the
grades,
benefit of the doubt.
I see him having good GP. Perfectly honest. He is coming for J Wolf. Is what's happening there. He's coming J Wolf's way. Okay, so
Natasha Rus.
all right, so free throw shooting B, close B, the rest are C's.
He had 44 threes, so probably shoots
I
3.
think this is another Phil.
Hey, can you mute your mic? You're just creating static. Thank you.
For who?
I don't think it was me. Was it?
Probably,
No, that was Marty.
That was
probably
mine.
me again.
Okay, we're on Natasha Rose now.
Oops.
She seems like she was getting worked on, started a little bit, but then nothing.
I'm gonna go with a pass.
I don't even know this player, to be honest.
I'm seeing
Playing time.
C's and a couple B. And a couple B's. Bill. She's a bench player.
I'll say pass plus.
Definitely not worth the 1,022 minutes she got. That one.
Paramonimos Constantinidis.
23 minutes.
What a mouthful there. All right, so
23 minutes means I'm not going to
That's-
even really bother looking at how they
Hmm.
performed.
yeah, he didn't play at all. So
Not
I think
bad.
no.
at one point he was sought after for a couple of teams, but then nothing.
yeah, he didn't play at all in Alaska last year. So unknown.
Was brought in as a backup, like a deep reserve for Banger, and that's how he got off the free agency rounds. In terms of like being anything more than that, it's pretty unlikely. So
Prin Herod.
Tallahassee's Frayne Herod.
Really good shooting. 46, 6.
She
Not really
she got
good
room to
PR.
grow offensively. She's she's a fill.
Definitely
least.
runs into a bit of turnover trouble. Looks like.
Hmm. Hmm.
How dare a second-year player have turnovers?
I'm gonna say.
Well, they're still a lot better than like Akiak, that we'll get to later.
I'm gonna say she's Bill plus. I don't love her. I mean, I think she was starting towards the end of the season in Tallahassee, and I honestly don't love her as the starter there. I don't think she's the answer, but she's a young player with room to grow, and she's got some good stats already. Phil plus.
Phil. As the
Yeah.
chat is starting to get busy.
Oh, I missed all that. Oh, right now.
Pimwadi Tanasiri.
Oh. So we had 57 submissions, and there's going to be about 52 to 54 of those will probably be accepted. Made the 48 mark. Whee! That's always the biggest question.
So about 3 to 5 that are probably not going to, either are joke or have issues, but usually happens.
Yeah.
Right.
Back
Wadi.
when Midge and I were.
Yeah, it's
Anyway.
always, yeah, the biggest problem with like the
Wadi.
committee is there's like always going to be like one person you have to pretty much wring their neck to try and get them to actually vote.
Pinwadi Tanzidi.
200 minutes.
Okay.
I'm not crazy about him.
How about her?
I'll give
When I say
benefit of the doubt.
him or her. I know it's a her, but when I say the word
Buddy Tansiri. Yeah, she was another one who. Yeah,
she and what?
She didn't play a lot, so yeah, unknown. That's yeah. Okay, so now we're to Rashid Kabore. I remember, thinking Huntsville picked him. They were getting all they got pretty excited about him. Freaking DA was singing "That's a More" only with Kabore. Phil Collins.
Really good shooting.
Good shooting grades, but yeah, I guess
I would
I kind of
say-
feel about him like I feel about Moby. I mean, though to a lesser degree, he just hasn't lived up to the hype what they hoped he was going to be. So
Me,
Phil,
I
Phil
think
minus.
Yeah,
For
Phil
me.
minus
Yeah, the
works.
grades are very similar. I'm just gonna say Phil. Actually, that's even being a little bit Phil minus. I think he's on. Well, I'm gonna go Phil. Just average Phil.
Ricardo, never played. 11 years in the league though. So I'm gonna say
I don't know why he
pass.
was never played. His ratings are okay.
Roland Buckley, 246 minutes.
Stat E, another D.
Still only a rookie, or I mean, 2-year.
Ouch.
I'm gonna give him
Go
the
ahead.
benefit of the doubt and do right unknown because it's still fairly low playtime. But looking at this, I would probably put pass. And as much as that's probably someone's favorite character, I would be one of the ones I'd almost put as an unknown avoid because of just how bad they are defensively.
Hmm. Yeah, this does make them a bit of a liability. Yeah, I guess.
Like I said, I'm gonna be nice and do benefit of the doubt of unknown, but defensively they're pretty much just
Oh wait, we're on to Buckley now.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
I
The
missed
pass
anything
plus.
and that okay. His offensive stats are okay, they're decent, but once the other team has the ball, he's a stick in the mud.
You know what? I'm curious to think perhaps if uh, uh, a, a stat I mean we put in a Phil grab fight, but I kind of wonder if maybe putting like D League could be an option because you never know. Sometimes if he goes to the D League, stay for a couple of time, he might as well
Yeah,
maybe.
That's
For
that's
some of these-
fine. But that's
yeah, for
pertinent
some of
right
these
now.
younger characters, yeah, they could just go drop down to the D League and then get better and then come back later.
Yeah, so I don't think it'd be too much of a slight to write D League.
You can, sort of like we've had times where it's like, okay, tell them to retire. You can. It's just this is our main metrics that we're using, so I'm just gonna do this. It's like, yeah, he needs help. I'm just giving him the benefit of the doubt.
How the player
Well,
that's last name looks like constant blocking, but is not constantly blocking because their rating is a C.
Rightius Constable Blackets.
367 minutes. Sort of.
I mean,
meh
he's a work
offensively.
in progress.
But in his 5th year approaching,
Oh,
Pretty good defensive rebounding.
let's say a good fill.
at most.
Yeah, Phil.
I'm actually going to put Phil minus. There are some positives.
Like I said, it's a type of player that you want to keep him. Maybe if like a little work in progress, a little project, still to help elevate the others, elevate to a better bench.
I'm dropping mine down to Phil minus because absolutely nothing in regards to shooting. He doesn't have a single doesn't have a single grade above C in any of the shooting categories. Except for free throw, but that's not as big of a deal.
Couscous.
All right. Yes.
Some dude with a giant beak on his head.
Hmm. Yeah. Yes. All right. Oh, yep. We're on to Seba here, and yeah, he's been
Question
he's
is,
been
he's
he's
obviously
he's
easily
been an
grab or
all right
higher.
starter. He's been an all right starter in Santa Ana. They're probably going to try. I think they're probably going to try to re-sign him.
It's definitely
It's the
Grab.
highest
Grab.
efficiency rating.
I'm gonna do grab plus. I don't think he's his ratings are good enough for a fight.
It's like a plan B to a fight.
Really, also look at that defensive rating, 91.7.
Yep.
So he can score and he can defend.
Good cheer.
I'm gonna upgrade him to that. He is nowhere close to the DQ Derby level, but
Definitely worth a grab.
Definitely grab. Yeah.
Stan Shields Jr.
Well,
Nothing really to write home about.
not great at 3 points. Really could. Oh.
Pretty much a Phil minus.
Going to say Phil.
He's still fairly young, has room to grow, but yeah, there's nothing at all recommending him.
Unless you
Yeah, he's
decide to
Very
work on him.
at all. Phil.
But that's what Phil is for.
I mean,
you're
oh.
not. He's nowhere close to starter, even backup level. So that's where Phil is. Your team
Yeah.
is 15 players. Not all of them can be starters. Teresa Price.
Okay, so
Good shooting.
X in 3-point shooting, so she shouldn't shoot threes at all, obviously.
isn't.
That's a no.
Good thing she hasn't been.
Okay, so
Other than that, not much. How many years?
B's, C's, D's,
6.
couple D's.
I think she's still worth a fill.
Yeah.
I guess Phil, yeah.
Imperative
Yeah,
to
Phil.
Imperative to Stan Shields. It's a trade-off. Guard.
Greg, God damn it!
I didn't write that.
You lie!
I write that.
Carol
Swear.
Vora.
That time I did not. Someone's framing me.
Carol
Vora.
Vora. 8 years in the league.
Yes, Honey
So-
Badger.
Age going
around
to
for a
get to
while.
him.
Some decent
Well, 8
grades.
means he's no longer getting better. He's not yet quite on the decline. He'll still probably have a few years left that are decent. It's just that's as good as he's going to get.
Plus.
Phil plus.
I guess I could see that.
Pretty decent
see if-
offensive rating, pretty decent defensive rating. Yeah, Phil plus.
I'm putting in your lineup because of the pending degradation. Emphasize Vora over some of the other fills.
Yeah. Or at the very least, don't give him a long contract.
Okay.
Thor.
Swedish guy.
23 minutes.
Unfortunately, couldn't
Yeah,
get him
he hasn't.
to play decently in Lorraine, so
Alas.
He hasn't played at all, so unknown. Another unknown.
Unfortunately.
Uriak.
Okay. Yes,
22
Uriak
games. Only played
Manogoyak.
102 minutes.
Yes, he was also the only player in the finals last year who had won a ring before. It was with Albany when they won, apparently.
And it wasn't probably worth any of his.
Well, that had nothing to do with him. Nope.
Whitney Hawkins, the last of our pure forwards.
All right.
Really good shooting. A lot of fairly green for shooting.
Yeah, some good shooting grades. Some
Decent defense.
shoots decent, I guess.
Offense.
From a backup had 2.5 estimated wins added from the backup.
Yeah, she could be a good back. She's a good bench player. I'll say Phil plus.
Yeah, I'm gonna go grab minus. She's still a decent backup. I don't think she's starter ready capable yet, but definitely on that borderline. Now we're into the swing first.
All right.
Woo.
Abdoulaye Mandiang, 140 minutes. That's a C and D. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt of the unknown.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
What stats would you recommend emphasizing for swings?
Swings, once we start getting to the swings should be sort of good all around. So
Okay.
they can either be really good offensively, really good defensively, or sort of decent at both. It depends on what the team is, but yeah, swings should be sort of start looking more and more into how well they're doing offensively.
Well, this particular one is pretty bad offensively.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Yeah,
I don't know.
She was another one who was on Albany. She did not play like at all. Unknown, I'm saying. I'm going unknown.
Okay. I'll do it for you.
Amy Weiss. Oh, were you about to say something about?
I think I'm going to tap out on this one. I'm starting to get a headache. I need. I'll probably listen from the chat, but pretty much that's going to be it for me for this round table. So.
Well, thank you for showing up. Feel free to finish off your list at another day if you don't do it rest of the night.
All right.
Amy Weiss.
Honestly, don't remember her at all.
Really good field goal percentage. I think she was also like Alaska, only 388 minutes, so pretty much like their deep bench.
Okay, so another deep bench here.
Did you get enough minutes to really? Yeah, she did.
I'm gonna do Phil plus.
Do Phil.
She has some decent grades here.
Nothing
I have enough
phenomenal,
evidence
but...
to put plus.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Phil also.
Yeah, I guess Phil. If she had that sort of like shot percentage with more time.
So. Okay, so got Cam Parkhurst here.
Parkhurst.
One of
really
Pat's many draftees. Yeah, that's A+ in 3-point shooting. That's pretty good. Oh, geez.
Really bad PR. Are they dropping?
Bad defensive ratings here.
They're also dropping the ball a lot.
per
40 turnovers in 566 minutes,
yeah, D's in post defense, perimeter defense,
and 40 fouls in 500
blocking,
minutes.
but that's not as well, that doesn't bother you as much.
And the shining skill is that he can make 3-point throws,
Yeah.
Yeah.
which
Well,
is not
hmm.
anything
mean-
that you want to. That's literally his only shining skill.
Yeah.
Granted, 1 year in league.
Bill minus.
I'm agreeing with
Oh,
Matt
Wasn't
here.
for these over here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do pass plus because stick in the mud defensively. The only thing he's there is to shoot threes. Everything else he's pretty much not there.
I guess my opinion is there's still some potential that
Yeah. He has room to grow. He's only been in the league 1 year, but
He was a rookie last year, and he is pretty good at 3-point shooting, but those D's on defense do bother you.
yeah, he would have been
It's-
probably
it's-
like
it's-
a
it's
Phil,
kind
but
of- he's kind. I mean, yeah, he's kind of like Buckley in that sense.
he's a one-trick
The
pony.
the defense, the bad defensive grades make him a bit of a liability.
Casey
Alright.
Rocks.
Easy rocks.
Decent shooting.
Good, decent shooting.
5 years in the league.
Yeah.
For this group, decent defense.
Yeah,
pretty average.
he's got some decent grades.
I'd say
I'm
I'd
gonna
say
say
Phil plus.
I'm gonna say Phil.
Yeah, I'll go with Phil as well. I don't think
Decent bench. He could be a decent bench player for somebody. Phil.
Dorian Black, 12 years.
Yeah, he's been in the league a while. He still has some good grades, but
Or if you are going to pick him, only short term.
mm, yeah, I guess
That's a
Yeah.
pass plus.
that sounds good actually. I'm going with that too.
He is still worth pickup, but he is old, so obviously
he might be, but yeah, 12 years, so old. Yeah. Okay, so here we have Gary Elsinore, the asshole.
his 3-point
Yeah, I'm still
shooting
not
is
completely.
almost
I'm still
better
not
than his
completely
field
over
goal
that
rating.
bullshit with Riger last year. Speaking as Plymouth coach here.
That is something amusing. His 3-point shooting is almost better than his field goal rating percentage.
It's weird.
Yeah, so, I mean, yeah, he's got some decent shooting grades.
Jim McCormick's 3-point
average-
rating is higher.
He's he's average on defense. It looks like. Yeah.
The
Phil.
thing is, he has such a bad mid-range percentage, and yet his mid is an A plus.
Something doesn't add up there.
What's his jump?
Maybe it's a jump.
B. No, his jump is a B.
Okay.
I don't.
I'll say
entirely know.
Phil plus.
Yeah.
Group of players it's going to be really hard to rationalize. So I don't know. I might have to come back to this, but speaking, you're only dealing with Warren Doyle, who has anything above an A.
What, from the swings?
Yeah.
From the swings, but then again, you can also get like some of the like for some of the smaller pure forwards that you could actually get, and some of those are a lot better.
Okay.
Definitely true.
Phil for Elsinore for me, I guess, and then Okay, so now we're on to JC Gold.
The annoying guy for the spreadsheet.
Hmm.
It's completely nothing against him, but it's like, okay, all the box scores has him listed as JC Gold, but the team page has him listed as Jamie Charles. No, it's the team page lists him as JC Gold. The box scores list him as Jamie Charles Gold, which means it's always, if I write it down on the what the team lists, it won't match up on the box scores.
Hmm.
Oh, they should flag that and fix it for you. The system. Have to deal
Decent
with
three
that.
shooting.
I mean, come on, it's JC Gold. Is anybody calling him Jamie Charles other than his mother? It's JC Gold. Come on. Seriously.
Decent ratings, decent
All right.
offensive
Yeah,
ratings.
he's got some decent grades here. Got some
Yeah.
decent.
Decent
He's actually
PPR.
very well rounded.
Decent 3-point shooting. Decent. Can I can. Decent at stealing the ball. Decent at passing. Decent at dribbling.
And then offensive swing, he's definitely pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, no. Yeah, he's.
I'm gonna do
Another Phil plus.
yeah, I'm gonna do Phil
Yeah,
plus. If he was a
he's
better
rookie from a
had
couple
like
years ago. He's.
if he had like one good defensive rating, I would probably give him like the grab minus.
Hmm.
But he is also only that's his rookie contract, so he has room to grow.
I mean, yeah, I mean, he was. I mean, yeah, he was a pretty good. Yeah, he's pretty good rookie from the draft class of a couple years ago. I think
Yeah.
he's done. I mean, to be fair, he's played on a bad team in Arizona, so that probably doesn't help him at all as far as development goes. So,
And of
I mean,
Sunder.
and he does have, this is the end of his rookie contract here. So, again, room to grow. I'm gonna go grab minus myself
What for JC?
for JC. Yes.
Sunderman, 300 minutes.
Okay. So, yeah.
Should not be shooting those threes.
Nope. Yeah.
Wanna.
So yeah, we got B's and C's here. I'm saying Phil. All right.
Not offensive rating is actually worse, right?
For what?
If you're not for offensive rating, if it's a lower number, it's not good, right?
Yeah, correct.
8 points they score, they let the theoretical 100 or something like that.
Yeah, out of 100 possessions, that's how many points he used.
Okay.
That's what that means. Out of 100 possessions where you touched the ball or had a hand in that play, how many points does your team expect to make? And over the years, like currently, I think this is like high 90s is considered about average.
Okay.
There were years where it was a lot higher, but I think like around high 90s is considered average. Let's see. What is the median for the league?
So,
Average is 94.8.
all right.
That's across all.
Yeah. Okay.
Our swings, it's 92.
So as long as it's better than that number, that's at least for the FAs.
Phil minus. Jim McCormick is an interesting little story. He just got cut.
Yeah. And how long has he been in the league again? He's been in the league a while. Like,
Longer than I've been in the league.
Okay,
hold
so
on.
for the league
Jim
total,
McCormick here.
so for reference, for the league total, the median offensive rating of the entire league is 96.7.
Okay. So yeah, yeah. Bottom line with me, Jim McCormick,
13 years.
he's been in the league 13 years. He was being overpaid in Huntsville. His contract was an albatross. They finally cut him. I'm saying pass. Goodbye, Jim.
Oops. Yeah,
Okay.
that's for
so-
story purposes.
so
João
anyway,
Miguel Tavares.
All right. So yeah. So he was. I mean, yeah,
Okay,
I think
stats, looks like.
I think Baltimore kind of considers him more or less their sixth fur at this point. He's a pretty good bench player. From what
All of
from
his
what I've
stats are
seen.
average.
So maybe,
2 years. Fact it's off his rookie contract, I'm going to go up.
It's a
Average would be Phil.
well-rounded.
Yeah.
Actually,
agree
with
I
that.
don't think he's almost. Definitely Phil.
I'm gonna say Phil plus.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that too, if
And
only
I'm
because
thinking,
for like
and I'm expecting Baltimore to re-sign him.
the reason is like
I think
in
they
the,
like him. I think they like him.
in the sense of like how well, like a well-rounded player he's as a swing.
Yeah.
But he fills out really well for if you just need somebody to cover your bases.
Yeah. He is not weak in any category. All of his stats are okay. And, well, team is 15 players. You're going to need some who are just okay.
So
All right. So now we go to Kane Lightfoot here.
Off
I
his
think he
rookie
was
contract.
just either bought out or cut.
no. Rookie contract ended.
No, it's a 1 year, so it's either bought out for a 1 year contract or they bought him out. I don't remember.
Yeah, he was a draft pick this past season. He was a rookie this past season. So
Oh, wasn't he one of the Seattle people?
no, he was not. No, he was one of Baltimore's draft
Ah.
picks. He's one of Baltimore's rookies. Yeah, so oh boy.
It's funny that they actually come at one after another.
D plus post defense.
His offense,
D
good
plus in
3-point, but
blocking,
nothing
that
else looks
doesn't bother you as
phenomenal.
much. So yeah, so some pretty good shooting stats, some defensive stats you don't love. I'm gonna say
If he was older, I'd probably do
maybe
pass, but you can work out these kinks.
Maybe Phil minus. Good shooting grades, but you don't love some. There's a couple defensive grades in there you don't love.
You don't have enough to say pass. It's after 1 year.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Recommend. Defensively is
I think
going
he
to
might
struggle.
be another one where we were talking about earlier, where he might be a good idea to have him go to the D League for a year,
Yeah.
get that defense up, and then come back in.
Work on that defense, yeah. All right, so now we go to Lucas Burger King. The Burger King.
Oh my god.
One of the rookies.
Not that
kind of
excited
a
about
chubby.
his shooting.
What the hell was he?
Not that
Saint
excited
Bernard,
about that
that's it.
shooting.
No, not bad.
All right, so
Not
yeah, he's
great
got some
defense.
decent defensive grades here. Oh, A+ post defense. That's pretty good. Kind of meh shooting
His
grades.
ratings are looking at least
So,
okay.
I mean, yeah. So, I mean, yeah,
I'm gonna look at some of his other stats just for reference.
So, yeah,
Bills is pretty good.
yeah, so good defensive grades, mesh shooting grades. I'm gonna say Phil.
Yeah.
He could be a bench player somewhere. I could see it.
Maha
I'm gonna go with
Al
Phil.
Sawari
All right.
off the rookie contract. Not liking that PR.
Mostly C's, a couple B's.
EWA in the
Oh, minus.
negative.
I'm going with Mad. Yep. Phil minus.
I'm gonna go actually pass. I know they're off the rookie contract, but
Okay, so now we have Nebojša Elkasevich. I think that's how that's pronounced.
310
Yeah, he was.
minutes.
Oh God. Yeah, he was. There's another one from Albany right there. He
Shooting
was-
rating is
I think.
horrible.
I think he was. Yeah, he was like the only other small forward on the roster besides Terry.
Getting pass.
Pass. 5 years in the league,
Yeah,
and
I think
nothing
think-
really phenomenal
yeah.
about him at all.
That was a head scratching signing for me when Albany went out and got him last offseason. So pass. Okay, so now we go to Nico here.
Go Nick Demara.
Right, so he's
Really
got
good
some
3-point shooting.
Yep, decent. Yeah, some good shooting grades.
21 PER. That's definitely really
Steal,
nice.
yeah, good. Yeah.
4
Steal,
point in the
dribble,
PPR,
pass,
so he can play
all
make.
B's. Pretty good perimeter. Good perimeter defender. He has a B there.
94
I'm gonna
defensive
say
rating. I'm gonna say
Phil plus. Plus, he could be a good bench player for somebody.
I'm on the borderline of grab minus.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with grab minus. Definitely
Only
not worth a fight,
because
but a lot of his stats are looking good.
yeah,
Like he was
Grab
Seattle's starter.
Yeah, he was, but I mean,
not anymore.
well, I think that we might. I think I'm just gonna leave it at. We might be able to do better. I wouldn't be opposed to bringing him back as maybe the backup, but I think we could do. I mean, as far as starting at small forward shooting guard, I think we can do better.
Yeah.
It
That's my
happened.
opinion.
I'm gonna go up to grab simply because
Okay,
yeah,
so now we
he
go.
is
Kaya
pretty much
Baraka.
startable carry.
Yes, another hair player. Let's see. Yeah, kind of mid defensive grades. A in speed. She's really fast.
Really low
Decent
PER.
mid-range shooter. B.
Really bad offensive rating. Yeah, her stats are decent.
Stats are decent. Her grades are decent.
Well, her stats
I
are
guess- I
like
guess-
really bad offensively. Is she like dropping? 58 and 12? No, not really. So why is her offensive rating so low?
Well, she does have a B plus in 3-point shooting. Maybe she's shooting too many of those. I don't know.
That or she's mainly just standing around. There's a lot of PR is also per minute.
What about jump? Does that cause anything?
Let's see.
It can, yeah.
Got below average jump.
Because I think obviously I haven't seen the engine, but it's your jump determines how well you can deal with your defender. So if you
Phil
have like
minus.
someone that's like she's 6'6", if she was up against a 6'8", but she had a better jump,
You know,
she'd be able to get past her defense a lot better than uh if they had a better jump. It does play a factor, but only in regards to being defended. So it does play a factor.
I put Phil minus.
Yeah, Phil minus works. Russell Savoy. Lots of bees. 6 years in the league.
I would say least. Look at the ratings.
Below average offense. About average defense.
At least a Phil plus, maybe even grab minus.
I'm gonna go with the.
yeah, he was decent. He's been decent.
Be
I'll say
generous.
he's been decent in Tennessee the past few years. I'm gonna go Phil plus for Savoy here.
Okay.
Sharon Sashuk.
C's across the board.
And 8 years in the league. I'm going with the pass.
Average player ever.
Because 8 years means they aren't getting any better than C's.
You know
Well,
what?
they're probably going to get worse. Yeah, there was another head scratching signing by I think it was Tallahassee last off season.
Well, you know what the
They were grabbing
history
her,
of Sawchuk is.
Fill a roster spot there. So
Sawchuk was definitely
Pass.
a story signing.
Son of
Sawchuk was
a
a story.
did not play.
yeah,
In Canone.
yeah, I guess I know. Vincent Marundi. Yeah, Marundi or however the hell.
8 years in the league. Really good 3-point shooting. But Montana, that sort of was, or I think he was Montana, wasn't he?
Yes.
Maybe. Yeah.
And that was sort of their
That
thing
sounds
of
right.
all the 3-point shooters.
Yeah, they
Um,
definitely shoot the free for sure.
Decent defense, meh offense, but 8 years in the league,
Phil.
so they're only going to get worse.
Minus.
I'll leave them at Phil for
I'll go
now.
with that. I'll go with that. I'll go with that. Phil minus.
They aren't yet at the decline, but they're just not getting any
Shit.
better.
What the hell did I just do there?
It's a weird quirk of you'll have to completely delete the cell and then rewrite it. For whatever reason in Google Docs, if you type in something and then completely erase to the last digit, it'll add an extra line in there for some reason.
That is weird. Okay, so Vixie Hallsworth, she was
Not
deep
much play
reserve
time,
player.
but really good
Got
ratings.
traded from Alaska, from what I can remember.
Pretty decent.
Decent grades.
4 years. If she was off a rookie contract, I'd probably do a. I'll just do Phil.
I'm gonna do Phil minus.
Two.
If she was
Well-
off a rookie contract, I'd probably be closer to like a Phil plus, but she's decent.
Okay, so here we go. So now we have Warren Doyle here, the incumbent starting small forward in Hawaii. Great mid-range shooter. Great pretty good S in that. Got
Really
A in
good
dribbling.
PPR from a swing. I think he's the best PPR we've seen so far. Actually, no, yeah, I'm not counting Kina. Kina didn't really play. Yeah, the best PPR we've seen so far. So outside of the guards, best playmaker outside of the guards, with the exception of also Yusuf, but we haven't gotten to him.
My rating is in.
Okay. Yeah, I guess yep. Grab.
Yeah,
He's,
definitely worth a
he's a
grab.
good small. He's a good small forward. He's a good starting caliber small forward. Grab.
I don't see him worth being fought over, but yeah, he's definitely worth a grab.
All right, wisdom muscle parabola.
Masan Kabbalah. Yeah.
1 year in the league, he has non-availables in that stuff because the one person was moved to Williamsburg, and I just sort of removed him from Williamsburg to put them onto Willem.
Gotcha.
And the years in leg, height, and position, I'll do a V lookup.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure this was 1 year, so that was off of his rookie year.
Okay, so yeah, nothing
Say-
nothing that really wows me here. Yeah. Some kind of another
say
one with
Phil
none
minus.
with decent grades. So Phil, another one with kind of just decent grades. Phil. Okay, so here we have Yusuf Gulten.
Spring hair.
Yeah,
Another
Not a
really good
Rue.
playmaker.
Remember that. Yeah, we've got Bees and
Bolton's
Steel. And
Really
yeah,
good setting up plays.
steals,
Really good at
dribbling,
rebounding.
passing, A in mid range shooting. That's pretty damn good. Yeah, I guess.
I definitely see as a grab. I don't really see any reason not to get him. He doesn't have any real flaws. He's pretty good defensively. His shooting is sort of mediocre, but he's a playmaker.
Yeah. C close range, C 3-point shooting, but great mid range shooting for whatever. But yeah, an A in mid range for whatever reason, which is kind of weird.
Well, you gotta remember originally close was more slightly different effect.
Yeah, so yes. Yeah, I guess
Hey, we
Post
finished
is-
another.
Yeah. Now we're down to just the last category of just the guards.
Here's some good grades. I'm agreeing with Matt here. Grab minus. I could see him being a good bench piece for somebody. And now we go to the guard.
Void.
Yeah.
All right.
Pretty sure that's where we're gonna
Void.
probably see most of our fights.
Oh boy. Matt.
So bad.
Look at all them A's.
Look at all that bad.
And S's.
Got 4 S's, 4 A's. Come on.
5 A's.
There you go. One of the best point guards in the damn league. Fight.
Void. Avoid.
Okay, so
Might bite you.
no.
Aisha
so-
card.
Okay.
Aisha card, yeah, pretty average
Decent
stats here.
shooting. Since we
Not
are on the
terrible.
guard, defensive rating is not as important as offensive rating. If you can find one that has awesome
I'm saying
defense,
Phil.
great. But sort of like with the bigs, we
saying
don't really
Phil for
care as
card
much
here.
about them offensively. These, we don't care about these so much defensively.
Remarkably average grades, Phil. Mostly C's, a few B's.
Well, then, comparatively speaking, their offensive ratings are just really not anything to write home about.
It's better than average, but not by much.
Right. And say you can do better.
Yeah.
So, Phil minus.
So. Okay, now we have Alessandro Serra here. Now he's pretty good.
45% 3-point percentage.
Got free S's.
Definitely worth a
4
grab.
A's.
But is he worth a fight?
Simply based on
I mean,
what I know of the pool for point guards, I'm going to say no. Because this year, any
There
other
are
year,
some good
I would say
point guards
probably a fight. But when you consider, yeah, we have
there are some
Aditya,
good point guards available this year. So
we got
he's not
Aditya,
quite
we
that.
have
Yeah, he's,
Silvius, we have Lance.
Okay.
It's like
yeah.
simply,
Loaded-
ordinarily he would be a
loaded
fight.
Point guard classes. FA,
Actually, I'll do
yeah.
him grab plus. But yes, he's
Yeah.
down simply
Yeah,
because
I could see people fighting for him if all the others. Yeah, I could see
Yes.
people fighting for him like once all those other big names are off the board.
he would be a fight.
grab
It's just
plus.
that compared to all the others, like, would you consider his stats better than Aditya? Would you chase
No.
after him over Aditya? Would you chase him after over Silvius or Wildfire?
No.
Or Delmont even.
No.
It's just so many good point guards this year that's like he's good, definitely worth being picked up. Just they're slightly above him.
Too bad.
Ellen Benarasi Nantankarn.
Alright. B in passing, A in 3-point shooting.
Pretty
here.
good
C
shooting.
plus in speed.
Okay PR.
C's in everything else.
Pretty good offensive rating. Pretty good defensive rebounding from a guard.
I'm gonna say Phil plus. Could be. I could see him
I can see Phil
being
plus.
Say Phil.
maybe one of the. I could see him. Yeah, maybe. I could see
Years, he
him
still has room to
maybe
grow.
being like one of those role players Faded was talking about implementing. I could see him as a 3-point specialist. Got a good enough grade in that.
I think he is the best as based on the speed. As one of those like breakaway, whatever that's called. I think it's like breakaway,
Fast break. but
fast break specialist of someone steals the
Yeah,
ball, and
but
gets
but
to
his
him.
close right,
you're getting point.
but his close. Oh yeah, I could see him shooting free on fast break. Sure.
Try for the three
say
or
Phil
pass. So anyway, moving on. Anna Azara, 100 minutes.
D's
9 years in the league though.
Defensive categories you don't like. D in passing. Blocks, that doesn't matter as much.
Contact, so they will never get a foul. So their free throw doesn't really
foul.
matter.
So in fouling, so they won't commit too many fouls either.
Well, foul is how likely you are to foul someone else. So they're not going to cause many foul. Contact is how often are you going to draw the foul, which is an F minus, which means
So,
that free throw of
So,
B is pretty
either
much
way,
useless.
she's not getting involved with the foul game on either end.
And all that defensive stats.
Yeah, those defensive stats, yeah.
Really bad defense, not long time in the year. This is one of those I'm very close to saying borderline avoid.
Yeah, I've got to say pass here.
Reserve avoid for like those situations that are just so blatantly obvious.
Yeah, but pass minus is sort of in
Yeah.
that direction. Bali, never played.
Yeah. Unknown.
Yeah, I'll give the benefit of the doubt. Unknown.
Or Peacock.
He's not going to get much better considering 7 years.
Oops.
All right, so
Cooler House of the Rolling.
6 years. Decent shooting? I thought she was better at shooting than that. Pretty good point guard, but we're in a
Mid-range.
very
Decent
point guard
grades.
saturated.
Good mid-range shooting. Good. Yeah, A in mid-range, A in speed, S in foul. Kind of average grades elsewhere.
I'm gonna go
I'm
with
gonna
Phil
say
plus.
Phil.
So,
As a backup point guard, she is definitely worth picking up. But we are also talking about, like, for those teams that they can't afford to go after the big names, I can definitely see them grabbing her.
that's true.
So,
Blythe knocked.
all right. So,
Decent shooting, but 9 years in the league.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
even
decent
then,
shooting
below.
grades, B's, some D's, D in passing, D's in rebounding and post defense. You don't love that.
Grant, it's not as
I
necessary.
think his
He's a shot specialist. His whole thing is I'm going to shoot the points. And he's not really fantastic in any of the shot categories.
Yeah.
offensive rating is leaves
Yeah, I
to be
think I'm
desired.
leaning towards pass here.
I'm saying pass plus. If you really, really want a guy by the name of Blythe Knocked on your team, go for it and sign him. But otherwise, I'm not recommending him at this point.
All right.
Christian
I've got
Ashbury.
Christian Ashbury here. Pretty good three-point, great
Really
three-point
good
shooter.
3-point.
Look, S. He's got an S in that.
Over 50%
Got A-
3-point
in
shooting.
steal. He's got 2 S's and 3 A's. So, and he's been
Third
pretty
best
good, pretty
3-point
good
shooting.
bench player for Montana. So I'm gonna
Third
say
best 3-point
I
shooting
mean-
of the free agency. On top of that, really good PPR.
You don't. Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody sees him as like a starter, but he could be a 6. Yeah, he's 6 for caliber. I'd say.
I'm definitely going to say grab.
Grab minus. Grab minus. I'd say.
I'm going to say grab. He has the capability to be a starter. And he also has that flex as a flex point guard as well. He's not the star point guard, but yeah, he is definitely starter capable.
How does he differ from Beulah? Their offensive and defensive ratings are virtually the same.
How are they in time?
Just trying to, because I was going to do Phil plus. Ashbury's ready to start. Yes, the ratings are there.
Yeah, that's
Ashbury,
what I'm saying. The ratings are there. He has pretty. He has pretty good 3-point shooting
he gets
numbers.
his
Hell, he's been in the 3-point shooting contest, I think, a couple times.
the main thing that sets him away from Beulah is the fact of just how many more points he's getting off of his 3-point shooting. So that's why it's like he is
Sorry, you
shooting
cut out.
but he is shooting a lot more often than Beulah, which is one of the things that's dragging her rating down. But he's also getting a lot of those are in threes and making a lot of those. So yes, defensively they are the same, the amount of plays they get, but she's more likely to get the assist. He's more likely to get the point. And he's also a lot more likely to get the steal as well.
Yeah, he's. Yeah, six. Yeah, I think 6 for material. Grab minus for me. He's that spark you really want coming off the bench, especially shooting freeze. Make it rain.
Clarity emerge.
Okay, so
Oof,
yeah,
that 3-point.
So pretty average here. C's and B's.
That 3-point shooting.
Bill.
Clarity.
All right.
Cliff Matthews.
Okay, so
9 years
all right.
in the
So
league.
obviously, league MVP, great player, but come on, Alaska's going to re-sign him.
Yeah.
So I don't see a fight for him. I'm going to say grab.
Grab plus.
Or
I'm gonna
Alaska.
say I'm not
If he was a
changing
grab
lot
that.
younger,
grab
I would
plus.
probably say fight, but he is also getting up there in age.
Well, he's not a fight because Alaska's going to re-sign him. That's just it. You know Alaska's gonna re-sign him, just like they re-signed freaking Kellendine last year. They're gonna get him.
Yeah. And because he is so old,
grab
I'm pretty
plus.
sure most other teams are just like, well, he's definitely going to Alaska, and he's also old, so we're not going to try.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I was saying when I was talking about Alaska is they might actually get him for fairly cheap because no one's going to try for him.
Well, yeah, he might. I could see him taking a pay cut. A little bit of a pay cut. He'll still be making plenty.
Yeah. Just won't be on the level of the fight players.
Mm-hmm.
Clarissa Tesara.
Risha Teixeira, yes.
A better 3-point percentage than a field goal percentage.
Mm.
Really sort of low PR. Not liking that.
No. Yeah, she was like 7th bench at best in Plymouth early. She was there more as
Not that
she was
bad.
there as
There's
a veteran presence more than anything.
So,
let's be honest. So
of content written
and
for them, and here's
and here's well,
she gets a lot of content written for her, so I don't know if it's fair to.
However,
yeah,
the way they are.
I've got to say this. I've talked with Wolf9. I think he's considering retiring her and having her be like a coach, like an assistant coach somewhere. So.
So I'm gonna give him a plus.
I'm gonna say I'm gonna say.
I would say Phil.
I'm just gonna say pass.
I would say Phil because
I think she's because I think that's what's gonna happen.
her ratings still look a lot of A's. I don't know why she was doing poorly. And I'm gonna do Phil plus because of this is a character you get a lot of stories from.
So, I don't have anything against.
You don't have
overall.
You are cutting in and out a lot.
For whatever reason, I'm hearing a lot of cuts in and out, so I might not be able to be on for much longer. I don't know.
You can try seeing if maybe leaving the call and coming back in helps.
Okay. TC disconnected.
Anyway, but yeah, definitely a lot of character story driven stuff, but I know they said they were thinking of maybe retiring them. I don't know why their numbers aren't better. I don't see anything Like their jump's not bad. How tall are they? 5'9", so they are a little bit on the short side.
I
So
mean,
this is one where I said
yeah,
it's like, oh,
I mean, obviously she has some good grades, but yeah, she was she was playing reserve mostly last year in Plymouth, and yeah, I think there's a good chance she retires to go into coaching. So it's a pass for me based on all that.
shall just go down to normal. Yeah, she's still doing. We'll keep going and hopefully he's able to rejoin us. Corbin El Liashi, 162 minutes.
All right, so A in mid-range shooting, A, yeah, and also in foul and speed, and in meta grades elsewhere.
Like he should still be decent. I don't know why,
Yeah, still should be. I'm
but
gonna,
simply because low play time, I'm not gonna. His stats look terrible, but
yeah, I mean, low play time. Used to get more play time, but yeah, I'm agreeing with Matt again. I find myself agreeing with Matt again. Still minus. Okay, now we go to Crystal Davis.
probably the premier. I think she's more or less the only real pure shooting guard that's like really up on. Actually, no, I guess we have Casper coming up too.
Yeah, well, Cliff plays the 2 guard, but as we said, he's staying in Alaska. We're pretty much expecting that. So okay. So Crystal, she obviously has. Yeah, she has a lot of B's, a couple A's, S in speed. So yeah, I guess grab.
I don't see her being fought over, especially she's not young,
Well,
old yet, but she's not young.
mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think Williamsburg's pretty much. I think Williamsburg's pretty much accepted that they're not going to. I think they're going to go for. This is just my opinion. I think they're going to go for Vera over Crystal because Vera's, the franchise player. She's been there forever, and and JT and Sam have pretty good relationship. So yeah, I just don't see Vera leaving. And if you re-sign Vera, I don't think you can afford to bring back Crystal.
Well, Vera might be willing to accept a pay cut in order to keep both of them there.
I think the two of them would work in tandem to figure out a way to keep both of them.
Maybe.
Maybe for the story.
I'm kind of leaning towards. I think Crystal leaves and Michaela Marley becomes starter at the 2 guard there. She's kind of emerging into that role in the last season. All right, so yeah, grab. She's good. Grab.
Ella Blessing.
Okay, so
2 years.
D's,
Pretty good shooting.
Couple D's. Good shooting grades.
Good PR, good PPR.
D's and steal, dribble, pass. Say Phil plus.
I'm gonna go grab minus by the fact that this is rookie contract. So, like, obviously Crystal is more important, but a lot of good grades where you would want from a guard. And this is only her second year. Nothing phenomenal, but she's still doing decent.
All right.
I don't see her yet at being starter
Mhm.
level, but she is definitely
Mhm.
close. Etienne Barre Boulette,
Etienne Barre Boulet.
34 minutes.
Yeah, I think she was one of those who got bought out. A lot of C's, a couple D's, a couple B's. Yeah. Nothing that wows me here. Pass.
Bullet.
All right, so we got next is Francis Laurent.
Actually,
A
I'm
in
gonna say it.
speed, A in 3-point shooting, B minus in mid range, D plus in post defense, C's in those other grades. Yeah, kind of other defensive categories, and passing. Yeah,
Leaning towards Phil.
I'm gonna say Phil. All right,
Are
so
they retired for Prescott?
I have no idea.
I don't know who said that.
I
Put
couldn't.
that there.
I couldn't tell you.
There either. I don't even know who Helen Prescott is.
I
Only
want to
2
say
years.
I want to say she's a Lynx.
Helen
But it's
Prescott.
off a rookie
She's
contract.
obviously a guard. She's got some.
Rather
Oh,
short
well.
guard.
Oh, jeez.
The
These defensive grades. I don't love the defensive grades. Good dribbling and passing
Wolfman.
grades. Oh God, the shooting isn't even that good.
only played
I'm
for
gonna
half the
say-
year of 2018. That might be why. Or no, it would be 2018 and 2019. It's confusing why she would be retiring, but I will assume, just in case, like I don't know who put that there. I'm guessing JW did.
Oh, I'm
Oh,
gonna
well, yeah,
go-
that's right. She might be one of hers. Yeah, she's one of his. That's right. So he would know.
Not knowing who
So
wrote that
yeah,
there, I'm just gonna go
pass because retired.
minus.
No point.
because it's a guard
Alright.
without any good shooting. They're a pure point guard through and through, and that's about it. They're there to make plays and nothing else.
Son of HUD, back deal.
All right. Yeah. So Diomach.
Really low PR.
Yeah. So
Right.
A in passing, kind of med grades everywhere else.
Really good defensive rebounding for a 5'7" guard.
Well, 5'7" squirrel. Yeah, but yeah.
Oh my!
I think this is another guy who could benefit from some time in D League. Pass plus. He's not
Yeah.
bad, but he's not cutting the mustard right now. All right, so Yavi Triano. B's and C's.
Not looking that great shooting wise. 89 offensive rating on a guard.
And this is why I preserved Phil minus for Hudson, because I say Javi is a pass plus. Or maybe even just a pass. But I don't want to write off somebody who is only in their second year.
B's and C's. B's and C's, he's young. Yeah, I'll say just Phil. He could fill out a roster somewhere. All right, so Jaden Moreno, mostly C's.
We're climbing through a series of just, let's say, average guards at the moment.
Yeah. I'm leaning towards pass here.
I know it's like they're off their rookie contract, but it's like, yeah, it's if they're doing really active in story, then yeah, obviously story you can pick them up, which is what pass is. It's like, nah, they're not really good unless you like their story. But if they're inactive, then like I think Jane Morano, looking at his stats, he's pretty much designed as a role player to basically stop the other guard from shooting. The only thing he's really good at is jump and perimeter.
Next issues, and also somebody in chats
Yeah.
for some reason. Oh, I'm gonna try and finish with you guys, but we'll see.
Well, we're getting close to there. We're down the halfway through the guards, and that's the last group. We have about
Yeah.
Woo!
35 more to go.
Going.
Again, really not looking too happy at his stats.
Well, it's another 91.4 rating for offensive. I'm gonna say another Phil minus, maybe even well past plus again.
Jerry Naranjo, 6 years in the league.
Give me a pass. All right, so Jerry. All right, so she's pretty good at aid and steal, and pass, and perimeter defense. Kind of mesh shooting grades. Kind of mid defensive grades outside of perimeter defense. I'm gonna say
PPR of 10.6. She was Seattle's starting point guard.
I don't know.
I'm going by grab. She definitely can start. I don't think she's worth fighting over, but she can start.
Hmm.
I think even from the point guard, there's much better picks, but she should get a look.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, she's kind of another one I'm thinking. Yeah, we might be able to do better. I'll say grab minus. She,
Jordan Marks, 136 minutes.
all right. C's, a couple B's, a D plus. Didn't really play though, so yeah, unknown. Shoot, not again. Not this shit. Oh, damn it. No.
Juniper Hill.
Okay, here we go. All right, so A and A minus in steals. Yeah, in stealing. A plus in dribbling.
Decent.
A in perimeter defense. Don't love those shooting grades. Don't love the rest of the defensive grades outside of that perimeter defense.
I don't know if this was like a character that got nerfed or whatnot, but I just remember like, or like, their previous contract was basically that year they were sort of like the guard that everyone just sort of slept on. They had like one of the best offensive ratings of everyone in the league, and then they were picked up and played a little bit, and they did decently, but each year it's like, and then like last year, as you saw this one, it's like they're okay, but nowhere close to the performing of what they did off their rookie contract. With enough good ratings there,
And I'm
let's
gonna
say Phil plus.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh shit.
If her shooting was better, I'd probably give her like if her mid was like a B plus or an A minus, or she had ability to shoot threes, I might throw her as a grab minus. But she's a pure point guard in a year that's saturated with far better point guards.
Yeah, and I don't think she's starting anywhere, so Phil plus sounds about right. Okay,
KY,
now, hold on. Yep, Kassa Jelenska
11 years in the league.
from yeah, I think she's Russian. I think she's a Russian snap. That's right. Soviet Russia. All right, so A in speed, A in endurance, A minus. So, okay, so. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so. Okay, so
Still a lot of really good stats.
Russia ranked you, damn it, man. Okay, so some good grades here. How many years in the league again?
11. So she's going to be on the
11.
decline.
Maybe. Well, she still has some good grades, clearly.
Oh, no,
but,
that should be Phil plus.
Yeah, I'd have to agree.
I do like what I did before, where it's like Phil plus. If she was a lot younger, definitely grab. Or definitely grab. She should definitely get a contract, but it should not be for a long one.
Yeah.
Like, get her for like 2 years.
Right. Yeah. Yep.
Kasper Kosek.
All right. So, yeah. S's in mid range at 3-point shooting. Damn. That's pretty good. B's and C's and everything else, but I mean, yeah, he's coming off his rookie contract. I mean, as far as young guards though, it's as far as guards from that class, it's Delmont and him. So
I'm definitely gonna say grab. He's not worth fighting over, but he's definitely grab.
I would agree with that. Grab. That sounds about right. All right, and then we get to Keo Kabat. All C's. Pass.
6 years in the league, yeah. All C's, he's not gonna get any better than all C.
I think it's a she.
They
But,
won't
yeah.
get any better than all C.
All right.
Killian Belmont Aquino,
And he's done
who is
surprisingly well as, I think, the starting shooting guard in SAS.
and tied for third most turnovers in the league.
Oof. But A in mid-range shooting, A in three-point shooting, A in speed.
Decent number of decent 3-point.
Yeah, I'm gonna say.
I don't even know why. It's like their dribble and pass aren't bad.
No, not at all. They're average. See, so
Unless it was a matter of their team required them to they had to keep being the one running plays.
yeah, but they have Addy. They have Addy to run their offense, so
Uh,
no,
but they kept dropping the ball.
for whatever reason. Yeah, she's done fairly well as a starter. I don't think most people expected her to.
With Phil
I
Plus.
do remember, SAS was putting out like a lot of offers for shooting guards last off season. They really thought they could do better there. But yeah, I think she's done well enough there. Her grades, she has some good grades. Grab minus, I guess.
Like, definitely should not be higher than Casper, because other than being faster, Casper is better in pretty much every category.
Hmm.
I'm going to go with Phil Plus. Phil Plus, grab minus. Either works. Mad must have cut out, I guess. At least up to
I guess we.
Atticus.
Looks like we lost. I guess we lost Matt. Yeah, I guess it's us.
LV McDice, 12 years in the league.
Hmm. B's and C's to. I'm gonna say pass.
I'm going to do pass plus because he's still a decent grade,
Yeah.
but he's not going to be
The
getting any
grades
better.
don't. The grades don't wow me, and yeah, he's been in the league a long time. I wouldn't. How is he not retired yet? To be honest,
Well, there he's
pass.
Wildfire.
All right, so. Ooh. God. Okay, come. Well, yeah, he's obviously going to be a fight.
I'm going to put him
I
as
think.
fight minus simply because 9 years.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
Considering you have some of the other main ones in here, like Sylvius and Aditya, who are a
Yeah,
lot younger.
his best basketball is probably behind him. Fight minus.
Like, he's definitely
That's
worth
on
fighting
both
over. He should definitely get a good contract, but because he is getting up there in age.
Okay, and then Leon.
And granted,
Yeah.
there's not much stats he could get any better than A's,
All
and pretty much everything is A or S. But
A lot of A's and S. Yep. All right, so
Delmont.
Leon. Come on, this guy's going to be a fight.
Yeah.
People are going to want him for their team. Fight.
Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry. I had to take care of the
Oh, that's
chat
fine.
thing.
Yeah, that's fine.
Um,
All right, so
connection still sucks though, so I might not talk much.
That's fine.
all right, Leonardo De Hugo. So B's and C's.
12 years in the league. Go Phil minus.
Okay.
Lots of really good grades, but he is also really old.
Hey, Phil.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I'm gonna go Phil too.
Good to pass.
He's not quite as good as Casso has also been in the league a while.
This lady, on the other hand.
Margaret Walters, 13 years in the league.
Okay.
So-
Yeah.
Only a 12
Awesome.
PR. 89 offensive.
That's B's. And the same as De Hugo.
Better Walters. That's what I'm saying.
But Hugo at least was still playing average.
I'm changed. Yeah, I'm gonna go De Hugo, Phil minus, Walters, Phil minus. That's what I'm going with now.
Okay.
Mary Catherine O'Hara. Looks like pretty good
Alright,
three-point
so-
shooting. Decent backup point guard.
B, C's, A in passing.
About
I figured
average
out-
offense, average defense.
I think she's coming off a rookie contract too.
Yeah.
So, I guess.
I don't want to say quite
Maybe
grab. I'm going to do
I'm gonna do
Phil
that too.
plus. I don't think she's quite yet grab, but she's definitely worth pickup.
Mm-hmm.
Walters.
All right, so Sylvia's, come on,
Boy,
obvious fight. Okay, Mullane. So S in 3-point shooting, but kind of meh everywhere else. B's and C's.
Decent PR, 98, slightly better than average offensive rating.
Maybe Phil.
he's a clear
gonna go-
fill.
I'm gonna go Phil. Okay, so Monty's Silver here.
By the way, Anon is watching. That's what I figured out through chat.
Ah.
Or MW, whatever you want to call him.
I going on.
It's good for everyone to come in. 11 years for Monty.
Okay.
Uh,
All right, so
maybe.
yeah, getting up there, decent grades. Nothing that blows you away.
I'm gonna go with Phil.
Phil minus. I'm agreeing with Matt again. I'm going with Matt
Actually, yeah,
again.
Phil minus.
I'm going
He's
mad.
old.
Okay, so here we go. Here's one of the Seattle rookies. Got bought
Paul
out
Driscoll.
by the previous regime, I should add.
Really good
Paul-
field goal.
Paul Driscoll. Was he the poodoo, or was he the tiny deer, or was that Reed Carter? I don't even freaking remember. It was one of the two. But,
99
you know,
offensive.
you know,
so
it doesn't
pretty
matter.
good. F plus in
Probably, the
strength.
paint guy.
A in speed, A in dribbling.
He's 5'5".
Some. Oh yeah, he must be the poodoo. He must be the tiny deer, the tiny deer. All right, so a couple A's, but B's and everything else. D's
call him-
in
he's definitely one of those, like,
rebounding,
special
post
role-
defense. I'm kind of leaning towards Phil minus here. I don't love defensive grades.
Yeah.
I'm probably putting too much stock in it.
He's
'cause
not
it's a
really good at
guard.
shooting.
But
And
I mean, you've got to be able to at least play. In my mind, you got to be able to at least play passable defense.
well,
and
guard's not as
those-
required.
Still, I would like confident defense, please.
Though to be fair, for two of those stats, are you really expecting someone that short to be good at rebounding?
I mean, fair.
I mean, it's like the
Ed would
stats
not
he's
draft
D at,
Muggsy
it's
Bugs.
like they're basically, yeah, you're talking about someone very short. Yeah, he's not going to do well at those stats. I'd be nice to see maybe a little bit higher perimeter, or more importantly, his shooting is not that great, and his pass dribble is not that great either. So you're dealing with someone who's not really great shooting, not really good passing. There isn't really anything he excels at. He's just sort of there and short.
It's accurate.
That sounds about right. Okay. So next is Randy Catcher, who's been the goddamn point guard in Pittsburgh pretty much forever.
11 years in the league.
I honestly think it's time for them to move on from him, but we'll see.
Catcher was the backup for Buck Hopper. That's his claim to fame.
Yeah, but
Go.
yeah, so
Go,
yeah,
Phil. He's still worth being picked up.
yeah.
He's still decent.
I'm gonna say Phil.
He still
Yeah,
has
that sounds about right.
He has a few good years left in him, but
mean,
he's definitely no longer. You should not be
His
building a
stats,
team
I mean,
around.
yeah, his grades aren't bad. Yeah, most of his grades aren't bad, but yeah, you feel like his time is kind of gonna run out here soon. Okay, and now
Red Dog.
read on
Watcher.
Fenwacher.
110
Begin-
minutes. think this was
Yeah.
Fox's first character.
Yeah, followed it. But no, anyway, freaking Dylan
I mainly
Redfield's
remember
love,
just
love
because
interest
they
that
were
1
the
year.
main character of the Bikers comic from way back when.
One of them. Yep. So A in speed, A in close range shooting, A in steals, 4 D's in rebounding, D in post defense,
7 years in league.
D in strength.
I'm gonna go with a Phil.
Yeah, I don't love her
They aren't.
either.
They're not old enough to really start saying they're going to decline. I don't see them really. They're not bad. So
Yeah, they're not bad. They're not great. Phil.
But- Phil is for average players. They're worth
Art
picking
Reader.
up or not. Reed
All right.
Carter.
That's the other Seattle rookie here. Okay, so A
Really
plus
good
in
shooting.
dribbling, A in 3-point shooting, A plus, A's in speed and jump.
Nice offensive
Some
rating.
more D's here as far as rebounding and post defense. Yeah. I'm kind of leaning towards Phil here too.
I'm gonna go grab minus. From a shooting, like really good dribble, really good decent pass, so good flex, and decent both in mid and 3-point, as well as really good jump and speed.
Yeah, I'll do
On top
Phil
of that,
plus.
off of their
I'll
rookie
do Phil
year.
plus.
Also remember, it's off their rookie year.
Yeah.
So based on the fact that, yeah, pretty good ratings off the rookie year. Again, crap in rebounding, but it's a guard. They don't need that.
All right, so here we have Ronnie Fulton.
Interesting comment from Faded. Like, must we avoid him? It's like, well, all these teams avoided him in the draft. Ronnie Fulton. 5 years in the league. I don't like that 3-point.
Yeah, yeah,
I
He
mean, it's not
doesn't
as
play
bad as
on
Wendy from a
Dakota.
few years ago.
yeah, yeah.
Something
But
to
I
write
know-
home about.
Was it 2 years ago
I
or
mean-
3 years ago where there was this whole thing where it's the engine would like have a random chance of having you shoot. It's like your shooting rating was how often you shot, and then it would choose either 2 or 3, even if you sucked at 3. So you had like Wendy Brown was constantly shooting threes and missing like 80-90% of them. And you had a lot of players like that where they're constantly shooting threes despite the fact they suck at it.
I remember. I do remember there being
I
engine
think that might have been.
random.
I think that might have been before my time.
I think it was.
I know it's like 2 or 3 years ago, but yeah, it was like Wayne Kirkpatrick and like Wendy Brown had like 5% 3-point percentage, despite the fact they're constantly shooting them. It's like,
It might have been 2015-ish.
anyway.
After
Well,
Hmm.
after the break. But anyway, I was gonna say Phil or Phil minus here.
yeah, Phil works. Nothing
Mm.
phenomenal. I like the pass,
does-
but this is a year saturated with point guards.
Aiden, perimeter defense. That's not bad, but
Malone, 16 years in the league.
okay. I mean, I feel like it's. Yeah, I feel like. All Ronnie really does. Yeah, he comes in. Yeah, all Ronnie really does for Dakota, he comes in like maybe tries 1 free. one 3-point shot. I feel like it's passed him by. I'm gonna say pass.
Well, Malone is
All
Malone
right,
is no
so
longer even
Malone, old as hell. He should have retired.
uh-huh.
Like,
I mean, you could maybe make the
Also,
argument, okay,
yeah,
I'm going to
yeah.
live out, play out my contract and then retire. But no, he should retire. I'm going to put him as
Yeah.
pass minus because 16 minus.
I'm just
He
gonna
is
put
barely
flat
performing,
pass.
and he's just getting worse.
He should have. Yeah, what was it?
You can maybe
Was
argue,
it,
okay,
well, no. It was 2 years ago. It was 2 years ago. Las Vegas signed him, I think, out of free agency, out of nowhere. It didn't work out.
well, it mainly didn't
He
work out because
should
they
have
had
he
too
should
many
have retired
guards.
then. He should have retired then.
Yeah.
Pass.
You had
All
too
right,
many
so,
guards there at the time.
Aston pass. Minus
Ryan
mid
Otley.
range, B minus in 3-point shooting. B in steal, B in plus dribble, B in perimeter.
6.6.
Defense.
Decent PR, decent PPR.
Decent grades here. I could
Sort
see
of
him
low
being.
offense, but
I'm gonna say
really
Phil.
good defensive rating. 92 on
Somebody should
guard.
pick. I could see him on the bench somewhere. Phil.
I'm gonna go Phil. Yeah, I'll give him Phil plus. Really good defensive rating off of a guard.
Actually, yeah, I'm changing my answer. Phil plus. All right, so Sam Anderson.
9 years in the league. Not really performing. I'll do Phil minus. A lot of those grades still look okay, but also sort of old.
Yeah. Okay, so
Sarah Michelle Dunbar played 3.3 minutes.
So almost nothing. She does have some.
Apparently, in those 3.3 minutes, she scored a field goal and got a rebound
A-
and an assist.
A minus in speed, A minus in mid range, B's and C's elsewhere.
Oh, she's almost a professional basketball player.
Yeah, 1 point, made 1 basket, 1 assist, and 1 rebound in 3 minutes. Is why her offensive rating is stupid high. It's just no, she wasn't really playing.
I don't know why she didn't play that much though. Her grades are not terrible. I'm gonna say Phil. I'm gonna be the contrarian here.
Sho Masaru.
Yes, he's been passed around like a hot potato.
This is another player where it's like if it wasn't for just how powerful the guard pool is, I would definitely say fight, but I'm gonna do grab plus for the same reason of Sarah of the.
I don't know about grab plus. I think that's a little high for a guy who's bounced around, and I don't really see him as the starter anywhere. I don't think his
Well, I guess
for
if his
I don't
shooting
think
was
his
better,
shooting grades are good enough. I mean,
yeah, I'm gonna go down to
great-
just grab. If
I
his
mean,
shooting grades were better,
8 in steal, 8 S in dribbling and passing. You like that, but yeah, the passing grades. Yeah, I'm agreeing with Mad World here. Grab minus.
he would have probably but I'll still hold that if it wasn't as strong of a guard pool this year, he might have rated higher.
Maybe. Okay, so Sophia Kikian. B's and C's. Bill.
Yeah, nothing is about average stats.
All right.
Still worth the Phil spot though.
Yeah.
All
Offensive
right,
rating is not bad.
all right. So Tay Delgado. He was, he was the starting point guard in Albany last year. And
Really
Yeah.
terrible.
wasn't that great at it.
Needs to stop shooting the threes. But even still, pretty good PPR,
He's
decent
young. He's
PER.
got not terrible grades, B's and C's.
It's another Phil.
I
I'm gonna go
think
Phil
so
plus.
too. Phil.
Teji Amoff.
DJ. Yep. He in mid-range shooting, B's and C's everywhere else.
Decent
Phil, I guess.
PR.
Good shooter, actually.
Yeah, really good offensive rating. 110 offensive rating.
I'd say Phil plus for them.
All right, so now we get to Teddy Santfer. Yeah, he's a little prairie dog. That's right.
Antner, the name that I struggle to say.
Yeah,
10 years in the league.
10 years in the league, D in passing. You don't love that.
Sort of mass shooting.
I'm gonna say pass.
Yeah.
All right, Tori Wetmore.
Almost done.
Yeah, Malfi came in. Came in from the
rookie
D League
year.
last season. Okay, that
He's
was bad.
not great.
Yeah, she's not great.
3.5
Yeah, she isn't
PER.
great. Yeah.
So we're talking about someone that's her whole job is just drawing the foul and shooting throws, and that's about it.
Yeah.
And they're not even good. That if you don't foul them, they don't exactly do that well either, because they're close, mid-end, three-pointer all C's. Their whole thing is, I'm going to get the foul and then shoot the three throws, and that's about it. Everything else, they're sort of meh.
All right, so Trayshawn Carnell. Okay, so he has a couple A's here. Jump,
4
close
years in the league.
range,
Really
dribble.
nice field goal. 51% field goal percentage.
Hey, you might.
That was the whole point of Trishan. That's his one skill that he's excellent at, no matter what. So from that perspective, I have a hard time rating him anything other than a Phil because he was Betsy's character.
I'm gonna say Phil plus.
Yeah, I'll say Phil plus. He's still.
I do like.
He does what he's supposed to be
good
doing.
Good enough grades to garner Phil plus. I think. You could be a decent backup somewhere. Hell, maybe even Seattle still. Who knows?
Vendela Malmquist.
All right.
Really good shooting.
That's S in 3-point shooting, A in passing, A in speed.
53.8 3-point percentage. I think that actually might be higher. Yeah, that's even higher than Silvius.
I'm going to do grab minus.
Off their rookie contract.
This is
pretty good. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Matt. I'm agreeing with you again, Matt.
I think this might be one of those characters where might be like what the point of the FA roundtable is, because I'm pretty sure if we didn't do this and point him out, most people would probably have forgotten about him.
Yeah.
Because he didn't make any waves, but clearly he's worth picking up. He had a better 3-point shooting than Silvius.
Yeah, just based on the age, this is the perfect scenario of a character that is things after only 2 years and otherwise would be not. So worth the grab minus, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Potential is there.
Okay, so Vera.
9 years in the league.
Probably going to stay in Williamsburg. I'm gonna say, yeah.
I'm still gonna put a grab.
I'll go grab because she's obviously good, but I think Williamsburg's gonna bring her back.
If
All
they
right,
can.
so I think they will. I think they'll find a way to make that happen.
She
I
might
don't know
have to take
about
a pay cut.
I don't know
but
about Crystal, but Vera they're bringing back. I'm
like I
pretty
said, I wouldn't be
confident of
surprised
that.
if they she takes like a pay cut so that they can get both.
Maybe.
But
All right, so Zach Plushpaw. So he's got a couple A's in here. Under
6
defense,
years in the
steal,
league,
stealing,
above PR,
shooting, stealings.
sort of met offense, sort of met defense.
I'm gonna say Phil Plus.
Yeah,
He's
Phil
got some good
Plus.
grades. He's good.
Zoe Wilds.
Okay, she has a
8
couple
years
A's
in the league.
too. Mid-range shooting, dribbling, passing, B's and C's, everything else. I'm leaning towards Phil Plus.
I'm gonna go.
I agree.
I'm gonna go grab minus.
Okay. All right, so we're done.
Yay!
Woo!
Thank everyone for watching. Obviously, if anyone else wants to add their list to the side, by all means. And if anyone has any further questions now that we've actually looked at the question, or I guess one last thing, are there any characters we want to change having looked at the entire pool?
You mean change?
And then ones where we gave them 1 rating, but now that like for the people at the beginning, it's like, well, we gave them this rating, but now that we've gone through.
Well,
I think I'm feeling fairly good about my ratings. I think, at least. I think, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think as far as ratings I went with, I feel those are about right.
So I
My
guess one last
opinion.
thing before we end though, who do you think will be the I'll do this at the bottom.
Highest earner. Okay.
Highest earner and the biggest deal.
Good questions.
For highest earner, it's just flat out, who do you think is going to get the biggest contract? Biggest deal is who do you think that is going to get a really, really great player for far less than they probably ordinarily would?
All right, so I'll go Sylvius for highest earner here, and then biggest steal. Biggest steal. That's a good question. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go Sarah too. I think people are sleeping on him a little bit.
Well, it's considering they're going to be going after the big names. So they're going to go after Wildfire. They're going to go after Delmont. They're going after Angun and Sylvius. That I can see either him or Matthews just slipping under the radar.
I agree. Okay.
I don't know.
Like the bigs, it's like, yeah, they're going to fight over Derby and they're going to fight over DQ. I can definitely see a bit of a fight over Norwich, but I don't think he's going to be something slept under the radar. I think he's going to be going after by anyone who don't think they can go after Derby or DQ.
Yeah, it definitely seems like it's in this free agent class. It's lot of very good guards to be had.
A lot of very good point guards.
Yeah. Yeah, and yeah, so and yeah, and Sarah. And Sarah might be the one. Yeah, he might be the one who's left after all the big names are off the board. Yeah, so yeah, it seems like a good pick for biggest steal there. And Sylvius, because, well, I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Arguably,
Well, it's mainly the argument of who do
arguably
you.
the best player in the league right now.
Yeah, it's just
He's
mainly
gonna get
if
big
Wildfire
payday.
was younger and at that rate, you can maybe argue, okay, would Sylvius get more Wildfire? But it's mainly right now. Do you think would it be Sylvius, DQ, or Derby that would get the most? That's mainly, or I guess Delmont. Delmont also probably will get a ton.
Yeah, he's gonna get a good chunk of change. I think Sylvius will get a little more, just because he's a bit more veteran, and yeah.
And like I said, it's all this is publicly available. If people want to talk afterwards, by all means, I can look more in depth for what teams need. Other than this is a very general list, but that can be for more privately. I'd like to thank everyone who helped out.
No problem.
Yeah, pleasure.